In my best Martin Lawrence voice, welcome, Murasukas, to Beyond the Veil with Adina here on YouTube. I, me, I'm Adina, and I am your resident hostess with the mostest, your resident oracle, medium, woo lady, wise woman, seer, prophetess, priestess, number one shenaniganer. Okay. And I just want you to know that I do all of those things around here on this channel. So if that's not your kind of thing, I understand. The only thing I don't understand is why you stick around. So go ahead and exit stage left so that you don't disrespect my community or yourself. And if you are new around here and you're interested in the kind of things that I just stated that I do, I welcome you to join us. I have a community of very cool people. Whenever YouTube notifies them that I'm live, they'll be in here to give you a warm welcome after I have done so. To all of my return viewers, subscribers, OG viewers, busted babies, bush watchers, and everybody in between, welcome to Beyond the Veil with Adina. Happy Thursday. Happy day of Jupiter to all of you. Hello, Erica. You guys come on in YouTube. Go ahead and let the algorithm know that we are here. Wake them up, shake them up. Okay? Everybody ain't at work right now. So, how's everybody doing? Please let me know. Don't be rude. I decided to do a streamathon today. So we're going to get a hit. Hey, Art T. It gives a nacho pectoralis majors is showing in your photo. Is my eyes playing tricks on me? Or are those your pectoralis majors in your photo? Hmm. Hey, Mama Fakid. Everybody, look closely at Art's profile picture. Is that his tiggle bitties? Art, is them your tiggle bitties? Art, you sure that's your tiggle bitties? Let me zoom my eyeballs in so I can see your titty. Y'all know I'm a creep and a freak. Okay. Not on y'all though. Everybody. Art got his tickle bitties out. Everybody look. Look, y'all. Look at Art tickle bitties in his profile picture. Don't come up in here with your titties out. Like I ain't gonna not, hey y'all. I imagine hello, my new viewers, voyeurs and viewers. Well, hello. Hey, Kunzang. I like that name, Kunzang. Hey, Kunzang. Shishani Kunzang. I like that. Where you from, baby? You just popped in to see Art's Tickle Bitties? Where you from, Kunzang? I want to know. Kunzang, Kunzang to the west. Kunzang to the morning time. Come on, Kunzang. I told Bhutan to get thee behind me. Kunzang, today is mine. Thank you. You're welcome. Amen. Just roll with it. All right. So I'll be here for a second with you guys. I got time today. Oh, y'all like that? Y'all like that, ain't it? I see all the hearts and stuff. Y'all liked it, that ain't it? Okay, Art, listen, church stomping with your titties out, because come as you are, and you all are welcome here, exactly as you are, to praise and worship as you are. Mine out too. Hmm. All right. So we'll be doing a few topics today on the public live. Where am I from? I'm from Florida. hmm It's a gun shaped state. in Florida, about 90 or so miles from Cuba. Hmm. By boat, I'd say about a 40-minute, 45-minute boat ride to Bahamas. Yep. And a couple miles from the Bermuda Triangle as well. That's where I live. Guess who was in my county last week or the week before last? Guess y'all. It's somebody y'all know. It's a household name. Guess who popped up in my county? Mm-hmm. Because y'all know the feds be watching around here, right? Because of how accurately we predict things, big things, little things, all of the things. Guess who was here? Trump done pulled up to my house. Yeah, man, yeah. See, there I was driving to the gym at 5:30 a.m. the week before last, and I saw several military vessels at the private airport by my house. And I said, Who is here? Who is here? He was in the villages, child. He gave a speech in the villages. I lived, anyways. So I said, Now what? And then my mama sent me a text, me and my sisters, from somebody on Facebook, and they said, I just saw 15 government vehicles, the government blacked out SUVs, and 10 police and sheriff's cars coming behind them in Marion Oaks. And I actually thought it had to do with something else. So I called somebody I know, like, is you straight? Is you straight? Okay. Is you straight? Do I need to slide through on the back street, have you hop in from the bushes and we ride out? I'm just playing. And they was like, bitch, is you straight? Is you straight? Yes, relax. So I don't actually no, I don't think that's where that no, he went to Mar-a-Lago. I think that's where he lives. He visited a town in my county before he went to go see that statue. And for several days, now I live by the executive airport, so they usually, depending on where you're going, fly over my house. And for 3 days straight, while they was coming and going, because they came ahead of the president and left. Some left ahead of him, some left days after him, I guess, just to make sure what nobody following. Had my house shaking. My house was shaking. And I said, the police all over the place, all over the place. And I was like, goodness gracious. Now, what are the ironies that you would think to come here after I've been cutting up on the YouTube? Anyways, thank you, Kunzang. I said, if you're going to pull up, pull out. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing the feds. Duh. All right. Cat Williams. That's first on the list. One of my loyal Busted Babies and subscribers and members asked me to look into the Cat Williams and Kevin Hart roast, and I was going to do it anyways. These next coming days are kind of like the culmination of or preparation for a hiatus from the celebrity and entertainment bullshit. I'm only reading this because I know you guys care about that kind of thing and it gets the people going, it gets you here. But I'm not a reader, so to speak. I'm a woo lady. And I am a messenger of the Lord, amen. And I come here to deliver messages of the Lord, not to just be your entertainment. Plenty other people do that around here. So you guys will see me kind of shifting away from the bullshit. Even if you guys ask me for it, I'll if you hear me not say anything, please understand that I can't. You know, it used to be easy for me to go in and out of this stuff, even though it requires me to be very low vibrational reading celebrity bullshit. Um, the more I grow, the more I can't exist there. Not even for you guys as entertainment. I can't do it as much. So not saying I won't do celebrity readings at all, but a lot of you guys here like, you guys like the celebrity gossip, and that ain't who I am. So, um, you probably won't notice anything different because I've already pivoted a lot since then, and my channel has taken a hit. I've been shadow banned and all kinds of things, but um, it's kind of like when you dead. Some of the dead can linger close to the earth. They want to be on your altars. They want to be present in our lives. But some other ones, they, evolve so much even on the other side that being in the realm of earth requires them to lower their vibration after they've raised it. And they usually don't like to be, as present. You can call them up, but they're not the ones that you're going to work with on your altar and in your practices. They'll show up in, unique times, but there's other ancestors that want to linger around because they're just not ready yet to, grow and evolve on the other side. And as above, so below. So as you grow and evolve, certain things, you notice it every day when you outgrow friendships, when you outgrow, relationships with family, friends, romantic partners. It typically happens when one person is kind of growing and evolving and outgrowing the rate of their partner. So, and that's why things fall apart. So, I can't also support you guys doing the manja of bullshit because it keeps you just like eating a lot of processed food. It keeps you sick and your body not being able to perform at tip top shape. Well, so is me supporting you guys' guilty pleasure with all this bullshit that they love to just hot Cheetos, Takis right down your throat of celebrity bullshit. And I wouldn't be an oracle. I'd just be a reader and celebrity gossip channel if I supported that, even if you guys needed it or wanted it that bad. So you'll see me continue to pivot, and a lot of you guys won't see it that much because of my public profile on my public page. I do a lot of that stuff here. And my memberships, those are the people that ask for the deeper stuff. So I give them that there. So it might not seem like much of a change, but it'll be a gradual change with you guys here on the public platform. But there will be a change because change is upon us. And my job is to pronounce where things are happening, um, where humankind is kind of being distracted from. So, speaking of distracted, the Kevin Hart roast. Now, to my one subscriber who mentioned that you can't really hear me sometime, guess what? I have a mic. And last night I was in my members live and I did test it out. The problem is I need also a new camera to record on because the mic is connected to my device that I record on. And if the battery goes dead, then I'm going to need to stick the charger in my device and take the mic off in the middle of the live. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more louder until I order a new camera so that I can record off of there. And it should probably have a longer battery than what I'm on now, or more ports. So I could probably charge and mic at the same time. I could do that on my laptop if I record it on my laptop, but I don't like the way my live shows up on my laptop. And when I record on my laptop, I can't see the chat. So that's that with that. But we do have a mic, and I have used it last night, and the people said that I was more pronounced. Let me now just invest in a new camera. All right, so Kevin Hart had a roast down to the Hollywood, and one of his roasters was Cat Williams. And Cat Williams is not a fan at all of Kevin Hart, and the media has kind of presented it as if they made up. So let's see. Now, in my opinion, hell no. I don't think so because I didn't watch the whole roast, but I saw clips of Kevin Hart's roast. I mean, Cat Williams' roast, and bitch, roast or not, that don't sound like we made up. That sounds like you had an opportunity to go in on me and mask it as jokes, and you did. And that's really what comedy is. I'm from the 80s, so um, I understand that most of the comedians that were my favorites growing up They made jokes, but they were very serious about what they were talking about. Some people just express themselves that way. I'm a pretty funny girl, and I wrap up a lot of heavy, serious topics in a little jokey joke every now and then, but that doesn't make what I'm saying less serious. It just means you all digest it better when it's coated in honey and sugar. People get uncomfortable when you're serious and when you stand on being serious. You make people shift in their energy, shift in their seats. So, in order to still deliver a message, sometimes people are cognizant of how humans react. And so they'll deliver it in a way that's easily digestible for people, but still be very much truthful. All right. So, let's just read Cat Williams and see what his energy was when he roasted Kevin Hart and what his energy is now because they're alluding that they made up. So I should see a two of cups or something like that up in there. Most High Mother and Father God, thank you for this Thursday. Thank you for YouTube for being a gracious platform and hosting my shenanigans. Thank you for these people who like to shenanigan just as much as I do. God bless our hearts. Bless our hearts. Thank you for Saturday's Destiny Fulfilled ceremony and everybody who's joining. This is one for the books, and I have done many miracles in my day. A cancer healing, delivering people from ICE and deportation, delivering people out of the hands of danger, wiping out debts, you name it. God damn it. But this I am most proud of so far, and we haven't even done it yet. So thank you for that. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Cat Williams. I heard my spirit say, "You mean Pimp Pimp Hooray?" Yes, that cat. It's going to be a juicy one when my ancestors do that little, "You mean," and then they give something real witty or shady. "You mean pimp down, pimp in distress?" Yes, that one. Oh, kitty cats. Cat Williams. Purr. Meow. Meow. Big cat, little cat, whichever of the cats you are today. Doja cat, cat, uh, cat stacks, all of the cats. No, not all of the cats. Don't bring all of the strays in here. Just cat the Williams. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Cat Williams. Yes, the comedian. Please compel him to speak his soul's truth, keeping absolutely nothing hidden from me, including that which he might want to keep hidden from himself. But I would see him as the hiding type, not from someone like me. I don't think that he shrouds his soul or his energy. He's been exposed and gone after for drugs and his legal situations for so long. That's why he's not a shrouder. They've already, tried to take him down, and he just still short and mighty and standing tall. Not tall, but standing. All right, Cat Williams, you went down to the Hollywood People House or stage function. Because you don't usually hang out to those functions and soirees, but if nothing else, you had the opportunity to say everything that you want to say about Cat Williams and get away with it. I mean, Kevin Hart and get away with it. You got a chance to do that. So, Cat Williams, please allow me to see what is your energy towards Kevin Hart? Have you all made amends? Are you all now new friends? Are you now in the crew? Or did you take that opportunity to let all of us know that you still think Kevin Hart is exactly what you said he was? He does what you said he did. He is. And all of those things. Which is it, Cat Williams? What's your energy towards Kevin Hart? Thank you, Blue Diamonds. Of course, Chi Chi Jones. All the cats are welcome around here. Sorry, just getting the trolls out of here. You know, they get real feral when I look like this. hmm I get it, child. All right. Cat Williams, what's your feelings towards Kevin Hart? Have you guys made amends? Are you new friends? Or is it still exactly what you've always been standing on when it comes to him? Hey, eh. All right, let's just go. All right. I wonder if he was paid to be up there. It looks like he was paid enough for him to, in my opinion, when they came to him and said, "Hey, Cat, we're doing a roast for Kev. We want you to be involved. We want you to roast him." Cat Williams said, "How much you want me to be there?" They said, "We'll pay you 50 G's." He said, 50 goddamn G's. I make that at one of my shows. They said, "Well, how much would it take for you to get there?" 100 million billion. Whatever it was, they paid it. He said he was paid in his bid. I'm quoting him almost verbatim. I'm sorry, I didn't see his bid. I got a job, several of them. I didn't know that, but okay, thanks. So, as I was saying, they must have come up off of a large chunk of change. Because upright, the miser ain't going. He's not moving off of his seat. Oh, you're confirming? Okay, yours truly. I thought you was a troll in here. Like, this bitch must have seen the show and she repeating everything. I'm like, hold on. I don't be lying. I don't lie. If I say I ain't seen it, I ain't see it. Y'all know I'm gonna be 39 this year. Y'all know I'm an auntie. I'm out here doing real estate. I got a deal that's about to close. Well, not about to close. We're about to close negotiations. And it's a $650,000 deal. I promise y'all, I ain't been paying attention to none of this shit. I've been needing to focus. Okay, yours truly. I'm sorry. I love you. Listen, I love you. You love me. Ding, 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 ding. Mwah. Okay, see, it's all better. He wasn't going until he said 100 million trillion billion dollars, gazillion, and they said, "How about?" I don't know. It was enough. It was enough to make him move. It was enough to make him move. And y'all, it's been this boy that's been desperately trying to link with me, and I had to block him yesterday because what you're not finna do is get on my nerves because you thirsty. Okay. Golly. So I've been fighting for my life. My mama been trying to prophesy to me and everything, and I just why the Lord only give you words to me? They'll never tell you no word about your other two kids, and why they don't never tell you how I really feel about our relationship? Why they always gotta tell you something? You know this person in your life, you don't need it. God dang, why the Lord always make you the bearer of bad news? But that's it, just for me, the one who don't need your advice. Anyways, it's not about friendship or amendship. It's about coinship. That's what made him go. Look, it's all about the money. And this is in a challenging position because it makes me feel like Cat Williams does not like this man or the Hollywood circle that he is in. This is a person who obviously chooses to be on the outs of the elites. He doesn't mind being out in the cold, which is why it's in reverse, because he doesn't mind. He looks at the cold as being left out in the cold as his heaven. The cold is now above him, it's heaven. And Hollywood is below, it's hell. Heaven is being outcast, hell is being a part of you guys. So it took a large chunk of change to get him from this fixed four position to going in to this environment. And the stage, because this is a stage, not a ground, is above him as well. So that means it's performative, but only for the money. Some people say you couldn't pay me enough to be there until they name your price. And then you say, hell yeah, especially if y'all paying me to go and tell my truth in the guise of jokes, bitch. Hello. I will be there in his voice. I ain't mad at you. He looks at these people as kid lickers, in my opinion. Neither one of these are children, but the fact that this is Kevin Hart. This is Kevin Hart. I was going to say the fact that they present themselves, the fact that this is usually presented as a child and most people never pay attention that this is a grown man. This is a grown man. So this is Kevin Hart. Now, I do think that he thinks that they do devious things. But for some reason, Kevin Hart is crippled here. And he looks up to the industry. This would be Kevin Hart's taller wife. And Cat Williams believes that once you become a part of those elite circles, you get a Hollywood light-skinned wife to accompany you. This is Kevin Hart. He's short, but he's the one who wants to be a part of this. Now, this tells me, even though it's in the reverse, that Kevin Hart might a little be on the outs in some way or afraid of being on the outs. This roast feels like a real public display of a humiliation ritual to him. It gives Kevin Hart is begging to be a part of the circles or to stay a part of them or for their protection of some sort. And they're saying, okay, sure. But you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, and sit there and act like you like it and you think it's funny, boy. Now, if I can guess, in this day of expose and the A-list, especially the well, all the A-lists kind of having their day, I imagine Kevin Hart has a lot of skeletons in his closet and somebody might be shaking those bones. And Hollywood is being very fickle. They're in survival mode too right now. So, being in is hard these days, and being out means you fall completely. And I think that's what Kevin doesn't want. I think Kevin signed up for this roast, or they signed him up for it because he's pandering to them, because he needs them in some way. And by them, I mean Hollywood in circles. And so they said, let us roast you. And I don't even think that guarantees their protection. Kevin, you guys are dumb. You black guys, you black people in Hollywood elites that kiss up to these people and let them humiliate you and they still do you in, you're dumb. That's just that. Past position. This would be Kevin Hart. Cat Williams feeling like he kind of won. This was his public show on Shannon Sharp when he let it rip about Kevin Hart. That's exactly what he meant. And he did so because whatever these people have done to get on, he hasn't done it. So that's the white horse of innocence and purity that he gets to ride and parade around on. And he still gets to function in the industry, spilling that tea and knowing they've actually already tried to take me down. I prevail. I used to say what I want to say back then, and that's why they came for me. And now that I still stand, I'm still saying what I want to say. I'm still getting booked and busy. In fact, my stock went up because I am not a part of you guys. So that means I can talk about you guys. So Cat Williams actually rebranded. He rebranded on standing on the fact that he's actually not been a part of those things, but he actually knows about those things. So he can talk about it. Cat Williams thinks he's better than all of you people. All of you people that was down to the roast while he stood on that stage roasting Kevin Hart, getting ready to spend the money that y'all just gave him, he's looking at it like, look at all of these zombies. Yuck. The ghetto. I would have too. I do it all the time. I read these celebrities. In my mind, I can't wait till I get to my members live. The ghetto. This is such a ghetto way to use my Avenger gifts. My superhero powers. On the help? On the entertainment? Who does that? They're the entertainers. Why would we take them seriously? Seriously, you guys, they're entertainers. Oh, oh dear, they're so entertaining. And that's it. Okay, enough. Near future, Page of Pentacles. Like I said, he's going to take that coin that you guys gave him and spend it. Oh boy. Look at that shiny coin that y'all came up off of just to get him to go and talk more shit about a man that he already got more famous off of for talking shit about. I mean, this man is like, look how easy it is to play these people. It's so easy to play these people. in my cat, in my Cat Williams voice. Oh, he might gloat about it a little bit. He might just gloat about it, and he should. I mean, oh, oh, this is awesome. I love being in his energy. I love the fact that I asked, "Are you and Kevin Hart's friends?" Look at all these coins here. Bitch, I'm not friend with nobody but the money. Oh. Doing this reading is almost as good as having the real conversation with him because he's a key, I'm a key, and then bitch just dangle the keys all over the place. Whatever the amount was, it's enough chunk for him to just have to stand on stage. The page is a messenger. All you had to do is deliver a message. Now, this could have been another card. We have the magician. That can be somebody funny. It's a Gemini rule card. Magician shows up as a comedian. The Two of Pentacles. There's a juggler on there. The Fool card upright. That's funny. A fool, an upright fool is a comedian. No, the pages are messengers. The page goes out before the royal court to announce that the royal court is coming. You know I do this. Yours truly, Toya. You know how I do. Okay. Y'all stop. Shh, shh, shh. Y'all gonna distract me. Shh, shh, shh. Okay. Pages are messengers. Pages are the messengers of the court cards. So he got paid to deliver a message, not tell a joke. Might tell a joke, but never a lie. Messenger. Not any of the cards that have a juggler on them, which would be like a fool, a comedian. A messenger. He said what he said. He's still standing, not on the stage that he performed on, no, the ground, his reality. Hmm. He's standing on what the fuck he said. And he said exactly that and got paid for it. And Kevin Hart had to. That was Kevin Hart. That was Kevin. You're welcome. You're welcome. That was my Kevin Hart impression at the comedy show. Okay, you guys can tip me later. All right, crowning Cat Williams. This is hilarious. I stand this reading. I do. Knight of Swords in reverse. Might tell a joke, but never a lie. Hey, Q. I love when Q comes in because he's the only man that's been here this long. Q is a day one. I started doing this on YouTube and I think 2021. Now, Q hasn't been here since 2021, but Q is a day one man. And amongst all the women that we have in here, I always feel when he steps in. I do. I feel the masculinity in the air. And I never miss an opportunity to tell you guys that that is a good man, Savannah. Okay. I know because I've done consultations with him. He is so polite, such a gentleman. He calls me goddess all the time. He says, "Thank you for everything you do for us, goddess. You are appreciated, goddess." He has a good job. A job that requires a degree. hmm And he got an old lady. So y'all bad back. Okay. Eh. I just had to tell him, but that don't mean I'm trying to hook y'all up. But I like to, when we have a good man, Savannah, the way y'all men be getting such a bad rap in the world, everybody clap for the black man. Clap for the black man. His first time getting a consultation with me, he wanted me to conjure up his grandmama and ask, was she proud of. The men be wanting to know is their grandmama's proud of them. Not, how can I get these bitches? Not, okay, where the money at? Where the holes at? He said, "Is my grandmama proud of me?" Mm, mm. I said, "Not only is your grandmama proud, but Big Mama is proud too." Come on, black men. Be like you. Okay. Be like you. Is Cat Williams an air sign? He gives Gemini. I think he's a Gemini. So maybe somebody said he was a Virgo. Somebody said he's a Virgo. That's ruled by Mercury. That's a Mercury ruled planet. So this is Cat actually being very direct and saying actually something that he's very serious about in a very unserious way. Again, he still does not show up as any of the jugglers or the foolish cards, which would be the entertainer. The jugglers was the entertainment of the courts. So Virgos are ruled by Mercury, which is an air sign. So this is him. Very witty. That's what makes him a good comedian. That's what makes great comedians great, is that they're witty. You don't necessarily have to be funny, or you do. That's where the wit comes in. The wit, where you can mix very, very real, tangible, serious conversations and send it into a person's brain so that it stays there, but not the way people do it typically through rhythm and rhyme, like in music, but through jokes. So it's like they are going straight through whichever function of the brain that when you get uncomfortable, you just laugh. So he shows up more as somebody that's witty in this regard, more than just being funny. He would show up as a juggler or something anywhere else, like if I was reading one of his shows or something or his tour. Here in Kevin Hart's energy, being very serious, but in an indirect way, actually attacking him, but in an indirect way. He got paid to be a messenger, well, a comedian. He got up there, delivered a messenger, but in Cat Williams' mind, he was attacking that man. In reverse, indirectly. Who's a Bati boy? Who's a blood clot Bati boy? Besides them streamer boys that y'all be watching. Hmm? Kevin Hart? Is that who you talking about? I know you ain't talking about me. I'm a bati girl. Okay? A blood clotting bati girl. So below. The world in reversed. His light-skinned wife and the other industry stuff that he does. So this is the stuff that he said on Shannon Sharp shows, but what he meant by saying all that, what he was revealing about this group of men in the industry who do certain things to get on and then they get the get on package. He very much still was kind of, I don't know if he said some of the same things that he's always said about Kevin Hart, but I know that in one of the clips on the blogs I saw Kevin Hart's reaction and he was laugh crying definitely. And what did they say? Some of the things I don't remember. I don't remember where I saw it, but anyways. Baby Bubba, you wasn't calling me a body boy either. Okay, y'all. Listen, y'all had to put a disclaimer before y'all say that because I'm so used to being so aggressively trolled and attacked on here. And I just did a fuck around and find out ceremony. I still got that shit on me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all forgive me. Habibi. That's my new term of endurance. No, I'm not Arabic, but I'm spiritually fluid and culturally fluid. So forgive me, Habibi, because I like that shit. I like when they say that. Habibti. Habibi. It's just so dope when they say that. That shit is fly. It's fucking fly. Inshallah. That shit is dope. Okay. Cat Williams' current actions. Does he have kids? He got a lot of kids, ain't it? He got kids. He got a lot of kids, ain't it? He got kids, right? Cat Williams got kids. He got kids, right? It feels like he might be. Cat Williams might take this money and do something with his kids. I don't know, charity or his kids. No, this isn't charity. Charity is the six of pentacles. When you give to the poor and needy. This is giving to someone familiar to him. It looks like his kids. Because this is what I saw in Rihanna's near future the other day when I said she was about to, the post-met reading. I said she about to spend time with her kids or do something involving her kids. And then she popped out with that tattoo on her that the kids drew. Let me Google it because y'all ain't talking to me fast enough. It seems like I've heard before that he has kids, though. Maybe a lot of them. Does Cat Williams have kids? Lord, somebody says the Google search results. Does Cat Williams have a farm? Does Cat Williams have a PhD? Does Cat Williams have a tattoo on his chin? Does Cat Williams have a doctorate? Does Cat Williams really have a farm? What is this obsession with having a farm? Oh, one biological son and seven adopted children. Okay. He does. Okay, yeah. It looks like when Kevin Cat Williams makes money, he either puts it up for his kids or he like does things to take care of the kids, buys them stuff, puts money up into their trust funds or college funds or something like that. Not the shit that Hollywood people do. It just shows that he really doesn't do the Hollywood shit. The money that he's making is going towards his kids, it seems like. It's probably when when Cat Williams isn't doing stuff, when he isn't working, he's probably spending a lot of time with like his kids and his real family. Like very real life. External to him, how people are seeing Cat Williams. Five of Cups in reverse. It's being presented that they put bygones, they let bygones be bygones and put the past behind them. I'm here to say I don't agree with that, but that's how it's being presented. That they made up and made amends, and it's water under the bridge now, literally. That's what they would like for us to think, but I think this is telling me that they wanted him to be there so that they can say, "Look, Kevin Hart is a good guy. Even Cat Williams and him made up." So none of the things that Cat Williams said would be true if he's here being his friend at his comedy show. The industry seems like they're trying to humiliate. I think Kevin Hart had to go to them for help, but in a position that he couldn't leverage, where, sure, boy, lick our boots. Let us humiliate you. Do X, Y, and Z. And the best thing they'll do is try to present it as good PR for you. But the kind of help I think you want from them, or the back end, because it seems like the elite circles have restructured. Some people that were on the in crowd are no longer in the in crowd, and the in crowds have maybe tightened up a little bit. They've gotten more exclusive. So he wants into the new in crowd where he feels like the new safety and security is. Seems like the old in crowd pivoted away from some of the people who they felt like were liabilities. And to be honest, it's a lot of you black ones. So, in short, it looks like you're trying to get back into the elite white and Jewish circles, and they used to graft you guys in. But when the shit got going and y'all began to take the fall for things, or start to look like you're going to be exposed, then they stop answering your calls, stop inviting you to those pizza parties that you always talk about. Going to, whose house was it? Adam Sandler or Tom Hanks? You always talk about they make the best pizza. They have that outdoor stone grilled pizza thing, but I've heard you bring it up several times. And it stood out to me because he's always talking about this person hosting pizza parties and they make the best pizza. Very heavy emphasis on that. So, Kevin Hart, I know you for your works. So does Cat Williams. The best that they're doing for you is trying to offer you PR, and that's sad because I believe that your booty hole has taken a lot more than just good PR. Hopes and fears for Cat Williams. Cat Williams wants nothing to do with these people. He wants to walk away from it all, go back to his business, and be left alone. He really doesn't want y'all calling him back for any more of that good PR anymore. He's not interested in doing anything else to help out Kevin Hart. The next price is probably going to be, if y'all do need him again, the price is going to be tripled. This is his hopes. Goodbye. I came, I got paid, I talked shit, and I left. Outcome, Knight of Cups. Good PR for Kevin Hart. He went along with the story that they made amends. He doesn't care. He's going to go back to his family, like his kids and stuff. He's going to go back to living the life he's been living away from Hollywood and that PR stuff. But the outcome, in my opinion, is that this isn't a joking card. He got paid to do good PR for Kevin Hart, in my opinion. Period. It seems like Kevin Hart hasn't had a hit job in a long time, like a really big project, and not one that was a hit that grossed a lot. And when in the industry, when you stop becoming as profitable as you used to be, especially off of the black community, because they need our dollars and our stamp of approval. So when you're no longer being able to sell to us, it shows typically. You're black. So it's not like the whites are your core audience, even though they make up a good part of it. Nevertheless, this just says that you haven't been exceeding very well. And Kevin Hart, I imagine that you have some things that you might be trying to get rid of. I don't think that everything is okay with you and your wife. Did you have some lawsuits, or do you have some lawsuits that you've been battling behind the veil in private, or maybe some threats of lawsuits or accusations coming out against you that could lead to an investigation or lawsuits or something like that? I think that you need help. You need that good PR. But Kevin Hart, you aren't valuable enough to them right now as you have been. for them to just put the machine behind you just because you still make them money. No machine, because you're not making them money anymore. You don't have the pull with your community that you used to. Why? Because in pandering to the white people, and this is me speaking as a black woman, someone who never really thought you were as funny as a lot of other people did, but I used to watch some of your early stuff because my family would be watching it at our gatherings. In my opinion, once you hit mainstream and hooked up with The Rock, once you got into these circles that Cat Williams speaks about and you start having to do the stuff, you became too blatant with it. I could never really overlook your homophobic suggestions. I mean, your homosexual suggestions. And am I homophobic? No. But does that shit make me uncomfortable when it looks like they are going out of their way to do the thing to get put on? Then I can't ignore it. Like even some people I can ignore when I see you guys pandering to the industry. Some of it I can ignore. But Kevin Hart, you were always tooting your little booty up. That scene with you and The Rock in that movie when you were bent over on the car and he was behind you, the big buff black guy or the big black ethnic guy that makes his pecs jump, and then the little small, oh, funny man. That shit turned a lot of black people that I know, like my family members, who enjoyed watching you with their kids and stuff at family gatherings, the same way they used to do with Medea. That shit started making my male cousins that liked you as a comedian, they couldn't get down with that shit. They couldn't get down with that. And they start wanting to, they had kids. And my family, even my cousins that are my age that are raising kids, they grew up Christian. They're more conservative. So they still, even though we have, like, they're not homophobic either. We have gay people in our family. But do we want to see it being pushed as an agenda in movies just so that you can get put on? No. Can you expect grown people that didn't grow up in the digital age that falls for that shit not to see exactly what it is? No. So, in my opinion, just from my personal experience of seeing how you turned off even a lot of my male cousins who were very big fans and they still will watch a Kevin Hart Netflix special like it's a super like it's one of the games that they want to watch. Y'all seen that new Kevin Hart? They'll give it a chance based off of how funny you used to be, but once you got A-list or start getting mainstream, they got turned off from you because you got too blatant with that stuff. So anyways, this was Kevin Hart. I mean, this was Cat Williams. I don't need to clarify anything really. It is what it is. I didn't have it on my little list to also read Kevin Hart, but now I will. I will. So let me just take a swig of this drink so I don't get famished. I'm drinking out of a jug, so I didn't want y'all to see me that way. All right. So let's now take a look at Kevin Hart and see how he feels about his roast. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Kevin Hart. I don't know why I want to call him Kevin Jermaine Hart. Don't ask where the middle names come from. They come from heaven. They come from God. They come from one of the several voices speaking in my head. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Do I need to read Jermaine Jackson? No. No. Hell no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So I can get Soul Glow and spray paint all over my hands? Mm-mm. Blood, Soul Glow, and paint. Hair paint. Hell no. Mm-mm, spirits. Y'all got to pay me like Kevin Hart. I mean, like Cat Williams to read that. Mm-mm. The fuck? Where did that come from? But I might. I might need to. Okay, maybe. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Kevin Hart, the comedian, actor. I mean, the the comic comedian. Yes, I think I said it right. The actor, um, and whatever else the fuck he does. The chocolate drop rapper, I guess. Sure. He also always has his shirt off and pectoralis majors out like art. Kevin Hart, you just had a roast. Why'd you sign up to get roasted? I'm always curious. It feels like that's one of the Illuminati packages, the celebrity roast, where if you've already burnt out all the other package options, you can't even do the Botsy Boy thing anymore. The only thing you've never done is being roasted. So it seems like that's one of the options. I don't know. I don't know. After all else has failed, you get roasted, but the roast doesn't come with the Illuminati benefits like the Botsy Boy, like the vampirism and cannibalism allegedly, and all the other isms. And it seems like the this one, the humiliation roast only gets you PR. You ain't late, Wonder Woman T. We gonna be here for some time. I'm on one today. We got a few. See, I wrote them down, and we're only here. And I'm going to be in both members' lives today. Yes. And I'm going to run this back tomorrow, maybe not as long as today, because tomorrow I have to prepare for the ceremony, but I do have time for y'all. Kevin Hart, speak to me about your roast. Why did you sign up to get roasted? Is that an honor? Is that an honor for you to do that? Is that an honor for celebrities to get to the point where you can get roasted? Is like that, could that be you being inducted into the Made Man crew, I guess? I don't know. What's the energy surrounding your roast, and how will things go for you as a result of it? Because I believe it was supposed to be good PR for you in some way. So what do you gain from that roast? What's this all about? How do we get to this roast? I compel you to speak your spirit and soul's truth. You are a cloaker. If you could, you would cloak from me. Ain't met nobody on this earth, dead or alive, that's been able to hide. Mm-mm. No point in the past, present, future. People they call demons, aliens, you name it, all of them come when I call. So you won't be cloaking here. How do you feel about that roast? Why did you do it? Why? I'll never understand why somebody would sign up for that. But hey, almost like an honor. It's charity. Now, I got the Six of Cups and Cat Williams, and I almost said that this was like charity. But then I said, no, that would be the Six of Pentacles because of the beggars. It's good. When I said he's going to take his money and donate it to charity, this is what I would have gotten. That's why I said it would have been the Six of Pentacles if him with that pay cat with that page was him taking it and donating it to a charity. This would be him donating to people in need. The Six of Cups, he's going to invest that money in his kids. However, this was an act of charity for Kevin Hart, in my opinion. That's in his present position. So Kevin Hart looks like he's in the position to receive charity. And there's something else that was supposed to come out of this roast. It feels like it was an opportunity not to just do some form of charity, or kind of give Kevin Hart, throw a bone at Kevin Hart, give him some crumbs, some industry crumbs. This was also an opportunity to push an agenda, because I've heard conversations about the heavy racist jokes that were made. And I believe someone said in a blog that some of the people said they told us to make racist jokes. The powers that be kill two birds with one stone. In fact, Kevin Hart received less of those bones. He was an afterthought. The jokes that they told is really what they wanted to do. Imagine using a Kevin Hart roast to say all the most horrible, racist, and prejudiced things on both sides that you guys can. Just really speaking on behalf of the different perspectives and viewpoints within the industry, if you ask me. Nevertheless, why they chose to do it, I believe it was to push an agenda. What is the agenda? The furtherance of a kind of being very open about how everybody feels. There are people now who are no longer, they don't care about masking how they truly feel, their prejudices, their racism. And some of those people have the power and the platforms and the resources to do so without any repercussions other than you guys talking about it and getting mad about it, but tuning in every time. So for the people who said that this was just jokes, the people who say that this was just jokes and people are sensitive, I do not think. I think for you, the sheep, the one who's supposed to be just there consuming, manja, manja, manja. Yeah, it's just jokes for you. But like I said a while ago, and I hate that you guys are making me side with a vagabond and a wanderer. But remember, I did that reading on Bill Gates and I pulled up a quote, and he said within the next 10 years, humans will only be useful for entertainment. It was the other day when I was kind of listening to a lot of different people on these platforms, perspectives about how we're just so sensitive. And if we were in the days of this and this person, I grew up in those days. Anyways, but I said, you know what, Bill? God, I hate to do this. I took a long, deep breath. I checked in with my ancestors and I said, honesty is honesty. Don't judge me. I said, Bill, you're right. You're right. You're right. They've allowed AI to take all of their intelligence. And all they can do now is just manja, 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 consume, 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 eat, eat, eat. Shit, shit, shit. You want to know why? Because it's safer. It's safer to say, oh, they were just kidding, rather than to say, okay, well, some jokes are funny, some jokes are not, and some things are being said very seriously behind the guise of jokes. Some people want to be on the in crowd, so they'll just pretend like a thing isn't a thing. But nevertheless, this tells me that a thing was not a thing. Ain't nobody playing in this card. And I started out by asking Kevin Hart about his roast. There's no jokes in earth signs. These are tangible. These are real. And look at the pentagrams on them if you really want to just go by imagery. So, in my opinion, Kevin Hart was pandering to the pentagram people that run Hollywood. And yes, we'll throw you a few bones here, but what also will we do? Because you allow it. Kevin Hart, do you want us to let you in? Let us do a celebrity roast for you and not only degrade you and allow everybody else to do so, but let's also really say the things that we want to say. And we'll do it on your platform. We'll say that you allowed us to say all of these things. It's for you that we're here and that we're joking and that we're also so that nobody was playing. They killed two birds with one stone in that. But sure, everybody, just laugh and key. Just laugh and key. Just do that. Challenging. Kevin Hart. This is a Gemini card, even though it's the lovers. This gives me mortal enemies, but not both. So this is Cat Williams. The challenge for you, Kevin Hart, was not was well kind of getting him to agree to it. Because it's a Gemini card because of the agreement, the consent that's required in relationships. At least it should be. Kevin getting Cat Williams to do it, but they knew that this was your mortal enemy. One-sided, really, because you don't hate Cat, as much as he hates you. There's a cat outside my window. One second. So I've been leaving little catnips for this cat outside of my window. It's been on this street for years. And I guess it's like a stray, but it typically likes to live in the yard across the street from me. My mother hates cats. Every time she comes over here, she tries to hit it if she sees it. And I hate that for her. But one day I just got the bright idea to be nice to the kitty. So I left it catnip. I imagine it hears me and it's asking for some more. But I'm busy, kitty. I'm busy, kitty. Wait, I hear you. Anyways, um, I don't bel I don't believe that Kevin Hart hates hates Cat Williams as much as Cat Williams as much as Cat Williams hates Kevin Hart. But in my opinion, Kevin Hart knows exactly why. Obviously, we all know why Cat Williams, but Kevin really knows why Kevin Hart doesn't. I mean, why Cat Williams doesn't. And it's because Kevin Hart, while Kevin Hart looks up, he would be the woman in the card, to the upper elites. Cat Williams, the man, because Kevin Hart has said that Cat Williams has said that Kevin Hart has done some bending. So Kevin Hart would show up as the woman here who's looking up to the divine elites in the industry. This would be Cat Williams, who says, I am a boy, Damon. He's looking at Kevin Hart, at the things that he does. Now, in reverse, Kevin Hart knows exactly that a thing might be a thing. It tells me that Kevin and Kat were equals as comedian and were probably offered the same opportunities from the upper elites in the industry. And while Kat was not looking up at them like Kevin was, Kat definitely was taking note of the things that Kevin was doing and others, but we're talking about Kevin here. This is Kat saying, yes, I'll do it. I'll do all the things except me, my Lord and Savior. This is Kat. Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga wearing dresses and bending over. In my opinion, Kevin Hart sees a thing for a thing and he understands that Cat Williams was offered the same things and he did not. Kevin Hart, he knows what the fuck is going on over here. He knows what the fuck. Which is why you didn't hear him protest about it. He seemed like he was gratitude to make up. He seemed like he was more than willing. I would never. If this is my roast, then I'm going to ask them, bitches, y'all crazy? A Cat Williams, never. We can get Dave Chappelle. We can get anybody. No, 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 no. But he seemed like he was the most, yeah, me and Cat made up. Of course, you would want that to be so. You would be the one who doesn't want Cat Williams on your head top, especially when you're trying to clean up some things and you need Cat Williams to stand on at your celebrity roast so that it can look like, see, they made up. And the things that Cat Williams said, if they were able to make up, then they can't be that true. I ain't going. These people can go. But me, I ain't going. That ain't my life's purpose to go. My life's purpose is to know where not to go. Anyways, past position for Kevin. I'm nervous because this is going to tell me what I need to know. It's going to tell me why he's pandering to these people, why he's allowing them to humiliate him, why they had to pull out all the big stops like Cat Williams. just to cleanse him or start the cleansing of Kevin Hart's image. What is this? The sun in reverse. Kevin Hart, you were supposed to have a certain image. The sun is your rise to A-list. This is the big leagues for you. The problem is there were too many scandals surrounding you that stuck. So you ruined a little bit your brand by being messy and freaky. Your tea just kept getting spilled. And whether you guys could clean it up in the media and make it seem like people were lying or not telling the truth, your elite peers would now see you as a little bit of a liability because you could tell us it's a lie, but they would know it's true. And they're watching your true tea get spilled and then knowing how the PR machine is going to work, but they're watching your true tea get spilled time after time. And that's a problem because you've been in with these people. And if your tea gets spilled, that means their tea gets spilled because your tea is their tea. You follow? So you're damaged goods. And I think that they've kind of been showing you that. Have they been not accepting your calls to, who is it, Tom Hanks pizza parties? If it's not Tom, it's one of them. Tom, or I think it's Tom Hanks you always talk about. Have they not been inviting you? You've been hearing about them having them. And you like, oh, y'all had a pizza party? Why y'all didn't tell me? And they was like, oh, I thought Tom said he was telling you. Somebody said that they told you. Anyways, you'll catch the next one, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. You'll catch the next one. Yeah. Then now you're driving by Tom Hanks' house and seeing all the cars that you used to see at the pizza parties in the driveway, and you like, nigga, is they having another pizza party? Now you climbing the fence and you seeing them in the backyard doing a pizza party without you. Now they got Drewski. Just kidding. Just kidding. Anyways, they ain't letting you at the pizza parties no more, and you mad, ain't it? So you like, no, I know what I gotta do to get my man back. I gotta get on my knees. Allegedly. This is all my crazy ass opinion. I smoke weed, so I'm crazy. In the near future, now in Kevin Hart's reading, in Cat Williams' reading, the Five of Cups in reverse is how it was being presented, how Cat Williams was being presented. Here's the Four of Cups in reverse. So now you are going to receive whatever PR and good PR. Like they're already talking about now the more racist aspect of the show, and the good PR is saying, people, it's just comedy, it's just jokes. So when it comes to the mainstream, not the black community, but the elite, the white mainstream market, they've seen Cat Williams come to your defense. And they've also seen black people get upset about racist jokes that white people were telling. You will now be back in the good graces with the white audience, the white mainstream audience. Because on your platform, some of the most horrible things, disgusting, lowbrow, low vibrational things were said there for no reason, had nothing to do with you. At your roast that you hosted, so the whites who feel this way obviously are going to think this is a win, especially when there's a lot of PR trying to sway the people who don't like that into gaslighting them into thinking that they have no sense of humor because they didn't like the energy of how hateful those jokes were. In today's climate, it's 2026. No, a Bernie Mac, for the people who says the old greats would have done that in 2026, no, the fuck they wouldn't have. I told you I'm almost 40. So I can speak on things that I grew up in, not as a baby, but old enough to laugh and joke and enjoy those people. In 2026, no, the fuck, Bernie Mac would not have. When he died, he had cleaned up his image and was on a show playing a family man. Richard Pryor, if he was alive, he would not be fooling around in the industry with y'all. He would be doing the same thing Cat Williams is doing. Why? Because they would have tried to take him down for the shit that he did. So no, he wouldn't be buddying up with y'all. Not in 2026. But let's act up obtuse. Well, maybe not act. Anyways, so this is good for Kevin Hart because the white market, the Main Street market, who it's just comedy. They would be the ones to want to do that. It's just comedy jokes because they got, their perspectives got a chance to be aired. We love Kevin Hart. He plays with The Rock for crying out sakes. It's just a roast. It's just jokes. So yeah, you'll get that back. It's good PR for you. I won't say that it'll cleanse you of all your sins like they determined that you have sinned. But yeah, yeah. The agenda's working here. This was an opportunity to do two things at once, and the media is going to spin it as if it's just a joke, when in my opinion, their intentions were to very much so be very nasty, be very prejudiced, be very racist, say all the things that we want to say, and then pretend it's jokes. And if that's your kind of comedy as an adult in 2026, in the climate that we live in, I am going to say that never mind. You deserve. You're the people that they're pandering to with the most vile and disgusting, hateful things they can say. It's you who they know will sop it up. Think about that. Conceptualize that for yourself. That you are someone that they feel like, which is take poison if it tastes like Kool-Aid. Mm. All the other elites are drinking it. They're not drinking what you're drinking. They don't have the poison in it, but you do because you want to be there. You want to be. Oh, it's just. Anyways, child. You guys are crazy. You guys are wild. Crowning Kevin Hart, Seven of Swords in reverse. What are you pandering to? Now, this is him pandering openly, but also having to be humiliated to pander. A humiliation ritual is what this is. And I never typically use that word, but sure. Hey, Celine. What a beautiful name. Celine Antonia. Ooh, that sounds like the south of France. You don't pander. I was just complimenting your name. You don't pander to drug dealers? Are you a troll or are you not? Great show. Egyptian. It's beautiful. If you came here to troll me, you leave with a blessing. You have a beautiful name. Pandering because it gets him out of a bind. This looks like pandering to the elites so that they can help him out. What do you need help from? What's going on with you, Kevin Hart? I see swords here, so there could be something brewing that could turn into a legal situation for him, or at least the accusations could be litigious. I misread. I seem to be doing that today. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. You and us, Celine, us never part. Eh, it's been up. Three of Wands, though. He's looking out to the future. He's expecting some form of opportunities or something after pandering and getting humiliated so that they can throw him a bone and get him out of a bind. Now he's looking to see what's next. He's hoping that, his debt is paid and that they'll come through. His self-sacrifice is made and that they'll come through. So I think he's looking at the news or expecting some sort of news in his favor or that's positive, either some news or an opportunity, an invite somewhere or something like that. He's expecting something after this roast now. Whatever he's expecting would make him feel like he's the man again. He's back. Had to sacrifice some things though, and this roast wasn't the only thing because this is blood. The red is blood. The green is life force. It's the heart chakra. The green would be him having to take that roast on the chin. That's the heart chakra green. Now, the whole ordeal seems like it was a ritual of some sort, a sacrifice for one of those rites. Because when I saw this, I thought the Scottish rite, but one of those initiatory, outdated, archaic, unwise, uninformed, esoteric circles. But one of those rites, is this Scottish rite? One of those rites, anyways, he thinks it's going to get him back in, or he's expecting something to come in that will let him know that they've begun moving on his behalf again, in my opinion. Here's the Magician in reverse. This is the comedy show, but because it's in reverse, Kevin Hart, this is how people are seeing you or your comedy roles. First and foremost, because this is a major arcana, there are a couple of different ways to interpret this at once. This is supposed to be a roast, but there are people like me and other people who don't think that it was funny. They don't think that it was funny, and they don't think that you thought it was funny. Somebody told me that Kevin Hart, Cat Williams literally said that he was paid to be there. So that's that. It doesn't seem organic and it doesn't seem like it was just a comedy show to some people. And to the people in the know, they know it wasn't just a comedy roast. Hopes and fears is the Page of Wands. He's expecting some form of information, some message, or something to pop up that lets him know that things are going smoothly for him again. Outcome. And a new opportunity will come from those people. Same people who dropped some coins in his hand, there is his hand to receive it. Hands out, hands holding something now. You can book a consultation with me, Celine. We can get to the bottom of that. Your hypervigilance just gets worse. They've been using cops to intimidate you. Who are you? Why would they want to intimidate you? You have to be someone. Now, you can email me if one of my mods don't mind putting my email address in my live, and I will pin it for you, and you can book a consultation. You are outspoken, so am I. And they've used some of those same tactics here. And here I am showing them my chi-chis. They want you to shut up and sit down. Well, dear, you can book a consultation with me. I ain't scared of nobody. And yeah, if I can get people out of detention centers. Who said that? Anyways, Jesus ain't the only one who did miracles, who came to heal the sick and free the oppressed and all of those things. brought new vision to those who were asleep. That means heal the blind. Can conjure up spirits from the dead, raise the dead, set the captives free. We do all of that around here on a Tuesday while eating, So, anyways, there is help if you need it out there. I just want to let you know. And I'm saying that in all seriousness, but with a little jokey joke on it, because that's what people do sometimes when they're telling you something serious. But we're in the midst of unserious people. So the outcome for Kevin Hart is that all the pandering, he will get it. Like I said, his present position, the roast, was begging and charity. Charity for them, begging for him. And out of their hands they drop, so he will receive as his outcome. Let's see what that new opportunity will look like. Yes, Kevin, you better shake that bussy hole for them. You better shake that bussy. Everybody in the chat, encourage Kevin Hart. Throw that bussy in a circle. Throw that in a circle. Yes, Kevin. I could never as much as you do. I'm a girl and this bus, it don't go. It don't go. So I'm impressed. I'm fucking impressed. Because y'all don't even have the elasticity that women have because we're supposed to be stretched asunder. But you down there throwing that thing in a circle, and I am impressed. Mike, wait. Unfortunately for you, I work for myself. I'm impressed as a woman. Child. Women don't like to be humiliated, and not all of us have elasticity in that bus like that. So some of us ain't listen. Let's just say some of us ain't as flexible in the areas that you is, Kevin. I ain't mad at you. Get your money, bitch. Get money, bitch. It ain't really the money that you need, though. It is the money that you need, but you need to be back in to the abundance, to the circle that leads to what you don't know, trouble. But sure, that's why the garden is on the outside and the mountains, that means troubles and challenges, is back there. You go in through the garden, and by the time you in there, trouble awaits. But hey, Kevin, hey, you'll never see this anyways. And if you did, I'm dark skinned and full black. So you wouldn't pay me no never mind anyways. And I speak truth. And I would make you do this. And I know after what Kevin Hart took you, Cat Williams took you through, you don't need to watch this. You don't need another. It's like the Atlantic meets the Pacific. The crying, the laughter to hold back the crying, the laughter that never really, sells as full on laughter. Like it's the Atlantic meets the Pacific, and they just never fully mesh. So yeah, you don't need to see this. Outcome. Let's look at your new pentacle, though. I mean, your new pentacle that the people will give you. It's just an ace, though. So it's not a sure thing. You still have to work and prove yourself afterwards. Oh, dear. And we start back at one. Yeah. Brian McKnight had to start back at one, too. He did. You should go to Brian's pizza parties. You guys both have exotical wives. You both have starter families that are full black. Uh, what else? Yeah. Go start back at one with Brian to the McKnight. Yeah. It's undeniable. Ace of Pentacles. What's this, Kevin? Kevin. Ooh, the King of Wands. And whatever it is, you might be the lead. You'll be the star of the show, and you'll get to, chocolate dropper. This is him slinging his pelvis and his schlong all into the Rock's face. Yeah. He's always doing something jittery and I don't know, short and jittery and oiled up. I don't know. It gives me help, help, help. I don't know, something about how he always has his shirt off and he's always oiled up and he's, yeah, and I'm getting hot, yeah, yeah, and it's making his chest pop and jump like the Rock, and yeah, yeah, and he's perfectly oiled up and he's like a little bite size, a fun size Snicker bar, because he has muscles and stuff. So it's not like a Twix, it's a Snicker bar, but the fun size one, okay, because the peanuts and stuff is the muscles, and it just all I don't know. I don't know, I feel like I'm about to be roofied and then I don't know, but I don't know. Kevin Hart, I don't know. He kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies when he tries to like because he has that short man syndrome and the ego and the masculine, and yeah, I'm Kevin Hart. I'm Kevin Hart. Just because I'm short, yeah, I'm a boss and I'm a chocolate dropper. And I don't know, you guys. It makes me feel like police. I don't know. Stranger danger! Get my bear mason. Help! Wait. Help! Bitch, I almost sprayed above his head. Mm-mm. Help! No. Mm-mm. I don't like it, but whatever this is, yes, Celine, he'll get to do all of that. It'll make him feel like he's the man again. Chocolate dropper. It's the chocolate drop. Whatever it is, it'll make him feel like, bitch, I'm the man. I'm the man. God no wife, but the wife be my girlfriend. God no wife, but the wife be my girlfriend. Bitch, I'm the man. That's what, yes, that old ATL. Yes, it's gonna make him feel like that. Yes. Look at his little fist. See, I told y'all I was gonna get back. I told y'all I was gonna get back. It's chocolate dropper. Handballed up like he was, I told y'all I'm the man. Ooh, I'm the man. Mm. Look at all that red. The same colors he was wearing here, trying to pander to those initiated people. Well, the pandering paid off, didn't it? You went from, hey, help me, to thanks for your help. I'm back, bitch. Look, from pandering to ruling again. Yes, he is like a little, just always moving. He just moves too much. And he's so short, so you can never see where he's going. And it's like, where'd he go? I'm so like I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. All right, little chocolate drop back on his seat. He was uprooted, but now he's seated again. He's the king again. Let's see what else. It's a sword, a new contract, a new deal. It comes with money, a new deal, a new project. Something's going to be worked out. But what did you have to do for it? I know what you had to do. Yes. And it ain't all nasty and freaky. Some of it is downright inhumane, in my opinion. Yeah, you had to do not just a humiliation ritual, but that had to be followed up with something else. And in my opinion, they filmed it. They film all of these devious things that they do. But the parts where they don't film themselves, they just feel y'all, film y'all. hmm But that's what you signed up for. And Kevin Hart, this is exactly what you want. Spirit, why in the hell does Kevin Hart keep pandering to these elites and doing all the things that he does, in my opinion, for their good graces? Why the fuck? You're greedy. You're greedy, you're materialistic, you're money hungry. That's all the ways that I describe the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. You're greedy. You want the fame. You want the money. Money in the cars, cars in the clothes, the hoes, I suppose. He just wanna be, he just wanna be successful. And he wants to be on top. I think he wants to go down as one of the greatest comedians. And in my opinion, he's a body boy, but a big body boy. One who also bodies other people. A king, though. Usually, a body boy to me is a knight of pentacles, knight of cups in reverse. A king in reverse, though, can now also initiate other bodies, a top and a bottom, I would say. It just depends on if you are above him or if you are trying to get on because you're beneath him. Nobody beneath him is going to top him because that's out of order. That's out of the hierarchy. That's out of the energetic exchange. All right. Well, that's that with those men. Good luck to you, Kevin. Enjoy. Chocolate dropper. A seesaw. Now, T. I would have never been so creative to come up as with that one. You is good. A seesaw. Now, hold the hell on here. What do we have here? We have another comedian, another witty comedian in the chat, eh? You called that man a seesaw. And I immediately seed and sawed it in my mind. And I said, oh, now, hold on. You just did a thing there. All right, let me cross them off the list. I feel accomplished. Drake. Yeah, you guys. Y'all didn't think I was going to talk about that? I didn't. It was a last minute decision. I sat down and thought, all right, Spirit, what is the people talking about today? And I literally went on a couple of blogs because I had some things in mind that I wanted to talk about. Those are the last two or three. But I had to go on the blogs and see what is the people talking about. So Drake has a new album coming out, and we'll see. Also, for the Barbs, I'm gonna read Nicki Minaj next. Is she coming? Or is she just, popping out for a little bit? I'm doing this because a large percentile of my loyalist subscribers also call themselves Barbs, and at least two of my oldest and severest mods are big old Barbs. So I do this for them. I know. I'm expecting to see at least JD or Sissy pop up any minute, salivating. But yes. So Drake, I'm not a Drake fan. I don't listen to his music. I do listen to certain things because he's so popular. I've shared before that my favorite Drake song is Bitches Calling My Phone Like I'm Locked Up Nonstop. From the plane to the fucking helicopter. Yeah. Drop cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs out. Nah, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. I like that song. I do. I do. I do. I do. But everything else, eh. But yeah, it's just calling my. I like that song. Yeah, Rihanna, Selena, my visa. It could take as many summers as a visa. I like that song. Anyways, other than that, we're just going to take a look and see the energy surrounding Drake. He's getting ready to pop back out. His fans are highly anticipating this project. They believe it's going to be. Did it come out? I think I just saw people talking about. I heard a little clip of his song 6 a.m. or one of those something a.m.s and wherever he was at this time. I listened to a clip of it on the blog, my personal opinion. I'm not familiar with all of the 6, 7, 8, 9 AMs and wherever he is, but I think I've heard some in the past. Drake has been around for a long time. I heard this one and I was just like, I don't, yeah, yeah. I didn't think it was popping. I didn't. It sounded like a large run-on sentence. It just sounded like he just and like I don't know. It just sounded like a run-on. I think that's the kind of vibe he was given. Like he just had so much to say and it was just so I don't know. But I don't know. It was boring to me. But then again, all of this shit is boring to me. I don't consume. Nevertheless, let's see what the Iceman has up his sleeves and what, will be the outcome of this new era that he is getting ready to embark upon. Drake is a Scorpio. I just blocked a Scorpio. I sued two Scorpios in 2024, and my daddy is one, and he did 20 years in prison, and he abandoned me. And I have a Scorpio descendant, so I used to be very much attracted and drawn to Scorpios in the most toxic way. And after this guy, I let him have my phone number and he proceeded to annoy the shit out of me until the only thing I could do to not go off on him was block him. I said, you know what? God is trying to tell me something. Now, in your chart, you have a rising and you have a descendant. Your descendant is on the other side of your rising. Mine is Scorpio. Your descendant is your shadow side. It's where all the toxicity is in your life, and whatever you have attached or connected to your descendant will show you all the ways that either you can be toxic or toxicity can be channeled into your life. Goddamn Scorpios. And I actually really like you guys, but I have to. I have to because you guys will just bring me in with your attract. You guys are like magnetic. Your eyes, you guys have really intense eyes. You guys exude a sexual chemistry that I like. Even if you aren't sexual, some kind of way I pick up sex in every Scorpio and it makes me shift. It makes me a little uncomfortable. And if you're an attractive Scorpio, oh my God. But you guys are my version of the devil. In my life, you're the devil. So, oh, I forgot I got a bunch of busted babies who's Scorpios. Not y'all, though. Not y'all. Not y'all. Okay, anyways. All right, Drake. Let's take a look see. Let me cleanse my hands so I don't get anybody's booty juice on Drake outside of his own. Not saying he does anything. I'm just saying I just had Kevin Hart in my spiritual hands and it's poo on there. So let me clean them. I don't think Drake has as much poo. Well, I take that back. This isn't my first time reading you, Drake. I remember when that Virgin Mobile guy gave you a plane. He loved Drake. He was so enamored with you that he gave you a plane. And I thought, bitch, I'm a girl and I know what it means when niggas give me expensive gifts. And they start talking about how much they love me and oh, Drake this, Drake that. Here's a plane. I know a sugar baby when I see one, bitch. Anyways, child, we ain't here for that. I ain't here for that. We supposed to be talking about Iceman, not ice packs on your bunghole. Brothers in Darkness. I like that, Celine. You fit in so good around here. Cousins, y'all welcome y'all new cousin Celine. She's a Greco Egyptian. So we have to bow to her because she Cleopatra cousin. Anyways, your new cousin, everybody. Celine. Celine Antonia. Look at you. Welcome, goddess. Yes. We love Q around here. Q is the head god around here. He's the sky daddy. Okay. Q is the father god. Okay. He is the sky daddy around here. And we just orbit around his existence. Oh, I don't know how he puts up with all of us, but he does. And he still calls us goddess while he's doing it. And so, anyways. Thank you, Celine. So are you, girl. Anyways, Drake's new album. All right. Iceman. Brr. Now, is this different from Jeezy the Snowman? Because they're both ice. And then is this also different from the same ice of Gucci Man and his snow cone? And he says, Burr. Why is all these niggas so cold? Anyways, child. It's in the middle of the summer. He talking about an ice man. Um, put Jeezy and Gucci on there, and y'all can make a song all about. Call it the ice cream shop. Y'all got shaved ice in there and all. I don't know, child. I don't know. Just so, Iceman in the summer. I imagine this album isn't gonna do as well as you think because you made an Iceman album in the summer. You don't do that. The summer heats and melts ice. You know this, Drake, or you don't know this. Anyways, Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, the soul, the collective energy of Drake, Aubrey Graham. Now, Drake, I am a seer. I see you. I do. I see that you are very white identifying. However, when it's time to pop out and pander to the Negroes, you gonna give, you gonna give my nigga. But every time I read you, you know whose energy I sense every time, Drake, every time I read you. Why do I sense your mama around you so much all the time? All the time. It's like I call you up and she's there too. Is she your manager? I know she's a Jewish lady. So she needs to be close to you at all the time so you can navigate this industry that's ruled by them. I don't know. I always pick up your mama when you come to me. It's like she be wanting to try to check me when I read you. And to that I say, don't you have a sandwich to be making your son? You know, he's particular about those sandwiches and he likes when you make them. I imagine his son, little Adonis, probably is like his dad and likes grandma's sandwiches. So I'll take good care of Drake. You go make him a sandwich. Okay. Okay. And we'll just get this thing started. Drake, Spirit, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Drake. Compel Drake to tell me his spirit and his soul's truth, keeping absolutely nothing hidden from me, including the things that he would like to keep hidden from himself. Drake, Drakey Poo. Oh, Mr. Shiver Me Timbers. Ice Spice in boy form. I can't think of anything else. Iceman, Iceman, Iceman. Do we say it 3 times and he pops up? Iceman, Iceman, Iceman. Brr. Anyways, Drake, you have a new era upon us. And it's so icy, like So Icy Entertainment. What is the energy surrounding you? You just released a new snippet or one of the songs on your album. How are you feeling about yourself today, Drake? What's going on in your life currently? And what will be the outcome of your new album? Will it melt in this summer heat? Or will the Iceman cause us all to be reverted back to. I give you all December in summer. You gotta know which movie I'm referencing. I'll give you guys a hint. Jennifer Lewis. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, Drake. What's going on around you currently? What's coming up with Iceman? How's it gonna do? The Fool in reverse. Hmm. Drake, this is you going back into a cliff that Spirit says you jumped off of. And you landed and probably broke it. You probably landed like this. Ah! A leg up here, another leg back there. Ah! That's how you landed when you jumped off this cliff and started a beef with Kendrick Lamar because you did. You did. You did. Now, this is you in all scorpionic glory. My business partners and my best friend was Scorpios, and just to be vengeful, they killed themselves. Not literally dead, but they shot their own foot off trying to shoot mine. And they knew, well, one of them knew they would shoot their foot off. No, no, I don't think they knew. I think they were just blinded by the need to sting me. So much so, the desire to hurt me or to win against me caused them to face the ultimate defeat. Scorpios, this is a word. Those of you who need that grudge, y'all will hold that grudge. I know I have a Scorpio descendant. It's forever. But to a certain extent, he's got a lot of legal, yeah. So it looks like the same hill that Drake died on, he wants to enter it again. Drake, you currently were suing your label and citing Kendrick Lamar and your beef in that lawsuit as it victimized you. Why are you dissing this man if you just told the courts on him? See, this is that white people shit. It's that white people shit. It's that Karen stuff. You know, a Karen will see you out there minding your business and will come, hey, you're not supposed to be in this park. Do you have a permit to sit on this bitch? I'm calling the police. And then you get arrested for filing a false police report or something like that. Is it just? This is you. Why would you come out and diss that man after you went to court and complained about you dissing that man and he dissed you back? Drake, I need you to book a consultation so I can tell you. It doesn't matter anymore about who's winning the rap battle. This scorpionic tendency you have is going to be your downfall. I'm telling you. If you want your lick back, get it back in a different way. But he gave you an ultimate defeat that you can't really come back from unless I don't know how. But after you went from the court, so do woo on the man or something. I don't know, but don't do this anymore. Simply because you went on a hill that you died on. You took him to court and said that he dissed you so bad. And now you're dissing him again so that he can respond, so that you can say that's not fair. Drake. The Fool card in reverse, the Fool card upright doesn't necessarily mean you're being a dumb fool. It means you're being a risk taker. Um, blissfully naive, divinely naive, open-minded, giving things a chance, taking risks. In reverse, you a damn fool. Enlightenment has already come and gone. Now the only thing above you is this mountain and raging waters. That should be on the top of your mind. Don't do this. Look at all the mess that you've been in as a result. Now, look, this is not ice, but sure. The white part would be ice. The rest would be water, even though these are waves. I'm interested to see if Iceman will do as good as a lot of Drake's fans think it will. I think that the damage is done for Drake, and what he shouldn't have done was lead this album still dwelling on that. I think you should start moving away from it. I think you should have, I don't know, gave a whole different kind of vibe, a whole different kind of energy. I don't know, but this wasn't it. I think, I don't know. Anyways, I think at present, you're not starting off on a good foot. And I think it's because you're a little immature and foolish in a way. I don't know why you can't really consume or receive what this looks like, the beef, the court battle, all of that, but it seems like he's not fully. And it's probably because he's been popular for so long and he still has a lot of yes people around him. So nobody is bold enough to say, listen, we got to start over or start fresh. But don't start on where you died. Don't do that. Don't bring the ghosts with you. Now people are going to be looking to compare this to, or they're going to want, I don't know, but this just wasn't a good look according to spirit. Challenging you, death in reverse. This is a Scorpio card. Upright, it means it came, it went, it ended. Let it go. Your challenge is not being able to let a defeat go. My God. I child, I don't I mean, I knew I was gonna see something like that, but anyways. Four of Wands in reverse. This is the They Not Like Us. This was Kendrick kind of making his impact by calling out the fact that you're not like us. We're blackety black, and then you're like blackish, is what he was trying to say. He rallied the community around him. Has Kendrick Lamar always been kind of black centric? Yes. So before any of the Drake fans come in here and think that I was saying that he pandered to the black community, no. I've been impressed with Kendrick Lamar since I found out that he got a Pulitzer Prize. And I've listened to some of his earlier stuff, so I know what type of time he on. He's always carried himself as an intellectual, even in his music. And he's always been a little introspective, so to speak. So I don't think Kendrick was pandering. I think he was just saying, nigga, I'm blackety black. You're like Canadian bacon black. Like, yeah. Yep. The killer is still at the crime scene, Drake. Don't go back. The killer is still there. It's like watching a horror movie and you're yelling at this. Don't go back in the goddamn house. The killer in there. And then he goes back in, and you don't even want to watch the goddamn movie no more. God damn, you dumb. A fool. I've been telling you the killer's in there this whole time. That's my mama. She gonna get mad and cut the whole TV off. My wife, I told her, I told them they was, Ma, they can't hear you. I don't care. I can't. They're just dumb. I'm sitting there telling them. My mom really does that. Hey, Liv. Drake the killer is still in the house, and certain things you can let go. Drake, you win some and you lose some, but you live. You live to fight another day. You finna go back to the killer. You finna go back to the serial killer house after you got away with your life. I'm finna turn this off too. I don't want to see the ending of this, but I'm finna keep going. Near future for Drake. King of Wands in reverse. Drake, if you thought that this was going to come and reclaim your throne, it will to your fans. Your PR and your fans will flood the comments and the internets everywhere Isn't the word they use glazing? Glazing the out of you. However, will the spirit of the culture be back? No. Will you still be a popular draw? Yes, you're Drake. Is this going to make you the king, the reigning king again? To the people who see you that way, regardless. Yes. The divine is saying, though, only to the people that will glaze you regardless. You're a king in reverse. Spirit says you have a hard time accepting something here. There has been a shift in the consciousness of the people, and that loss really did suck your confidence out, Drake. You're appearing confidence, but you haven't been confident since Kendrick Lamar pointed out all the ways that you have siphoned energy from the Black community. In my opinion, you know, in my opinion, you would agree if you weren't the person that he was talking about. This gives me a little bit imposter syndrome. Crowning you. Page of Cups in reverse. I think you are considering your new song that you just released the clip to as not being received as well as you hope. So that's why I think that you are about to find out. So, yeah, you'll still be coming across. You'll still have to push it and celebrate yourself and be confident about it. But I think you're currently seeing that it's not as good as a, it's not so well received, that new song or the clip to it. So below, it's like you're blaming Kendrick for something, but what it is I think for some reason you blame him for you not being able to be the king again. I don't think Drake has thought maybe the people really, really, really like the song for one, because people can like both of you guys' music. But maybe they agreed with some of the things that Kendrick said. And Drake, I'm going to tell you, fun fact about fully Black people that you may not know because you didn't grow up around us like that and you Canadian with a Jewish mom. Black people, if they like you, they can, two things can be right at once. Thank you for the flower, Keisha. They can say, yes, all those things are true. And you can come out with a great song and they will still bop, create dances, line dances, and all of that to your stuff. But that's why you can't let it go. Kendrick Lamar hit you. He hit you where it hurts. He hit you where you knew that you were kind of pandering. You knew that you were doing everything that he said you did. That's why you can't let it go. You need to prove, not to Kendrick, not to your fans, but to the people who agreed with Kendrick that you are not like us. You need to prove something to us, to the culture, which is why your lead single was one of the songs that the culture likes so much. All the 7 a.m.s and stuff like that. Jess, thank you. All the 7 a.m.s and stuff. I've heard people talk about those songs every time you drop them. Those are usually some of the favorites. So you're trying to go back to what the culture really liked you for. The only thing is, it's causing you to go back to Kendrick because he's the one who made the culture see you for what you really were. And I do believe that you were doing and benefiting from the culture in all the ways Kendrick said he said you were. And I do believe that if you came out with an undeniably great song and it came on while I was driving, listening to Pandora, I'm gonna play that shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't buy your music. I don't buy any of you guys' music. But if it comes on and my, my music is up all the way and I be sliding, so I like a certain kind of music so I can slide through these streets. You make something I can slide to, I'ma slide to it on Pandora. But when I get out the car, I don't know. I'm not gonna listen to that shit. And that's no offense. Anyways, Kendrick is the so below. He's the reason for the season. He did this. He did this. But Drake, you did this too. Okay? He just okay, anyways. Your current actions, Drake, strength in reverse. I don't think you're feeling so confident. I think you're feeling opposite. I think that you're moving out of ego. I think that's another reason why you can't let it go. And this isn't the ego card, this is actually fear and lack of confidence. Drake, I pick up insecurity from you more than ego, but ego is wrapped up in all things Pluto and Scorpio as well. A part of not being able to let it go until you can prove the point that Kendrick proved against you is ego. However, I see a humbling experience for you, but one that you will not show to the general public. I think that this was such a highly anticipated album. You're going to be scared. I think you're going to be nervous because of how this first song was received, not the way you want it to be received. How people are seeing you. Drake, you and Kendrick are bound now. So whenever you make music, Kendrick's name is going to be brought up. Whenever Kendrick makes music, Drake's name is going to be brought up. If you made an album that had nothing to do with this beef, people will want to hear it because they want you to respond, or your fans want you to respond. Everybody else is saying let it go. Your fans want you to respond because they know you lost as well and they can't take it. So, Drake, to be honest, your fans are the worst thing for you right now. They're the reason why I said I don't think that you're fully able to get it. You got a bunch of yes men as fans. They all feel like this is an L for them too. So they're always, Drake, you need to say this and you need to say that. You dropped an album going off on everybody and crowning you, it's not received so well. This means it was received well. This means it wasn't. This means that your fans and the people closest to you that are yes men are your undoing. Hopes and fears. You've got your hoofs stuck in the ground. You're stuck where you are. You're suspended in this moment of time. You refuse to move on until you feel like you've gotten your lick back in a way that puts you on the trajectory to being back on top. And Drake, you upsetted some of your Jews, some of the industry Jews by suing your label. But this doesn't give me you're afraid of them. This gives me I can play hardball and be stubborn with them because I'm one of them. Your hooves are in the ground. You're refusing to move from this position you're in because you feel like everybody did me wrong. This is the most Karen shit I've ever seen in my life reading a man. Everybody did me wrong here. The label, Kendrick, the black community who agreed with Kendrick, they agreed with Kendrick, but still would listen to your music if it's good. I did get new cards. Yes. New cards, new mic. I got new cards because the old ones were sticking together, honey. We had gone to the end of the road. I used to keep my cards until the pictures faded off. But somebody complained the last time I did that, and I thought, I can't let these people call me out like that. That's raggedy as fuck. The cards cost less than $20, Dina. But I forge an emotional connection, a real connection. I have to with these, putting all this energy into them. So, outcome for Drake. This is good though. This is good because you have enough people who want to see you win to carry you. It doesn't matter whether the album is good or not. Drake will be able to stand up. His fans, the media who is his fans, he will be propped up, so to speak, This is Sagittarius. One of the biggest things that may come from this could be a Nicki Minaj collaboration, because this is Sagittarius card mixing two elements here. This could be a Nicki Minaj collaboration, and if it is, Drake, that will be the reason your album is as successful as it is. Besides your fans listening to it, if you do a song with Nicki Minaj, you have her fan base who are at least going to give it a first stream. Your album, if you do a song with Nicki Minaj, could be overshadowed by Nicki Minaj rather than just Drake releasing an album. If she does a song with you, it's because she is a gracious queen, not because you deserve it. And she's more loyal to you if this is the case than you deserve. Let's see what this temperance card here. Justice. I think this is Nicki Minaj because she's a budding politician now. I She has the Justice Department. You know what, Drake? You're slick. You want Nicki Minaj because she has the protection of the Justice Department. So you feel like the industry elite might not be able to sabotage you if they should try to as much because you've got Nicki Minaj and she has the Trump administration. That's why you want her on this album. You're a user. I hope she knows that. Here's the Chariot. Somebody said the Chariot, and I was going to say I didn't even pull the Chariot. Here it is. This looks like a collaboration of a Young Money some sort. I say that because one time somebody asked me in a Let's Chat, will Young Money go on tour together? This was in reverse. I said, hell no. Mm-mm. It's too much damage done in Young Money between the three of the major of them to collaborate in a joint tour. So this gives me some sort of Young Money situation. The Young Money. Now this could be Lil Wayne too, because he's a Libra. This could be both, because I'm clarifying the Sagittarius card. We have a Sag here. We have a Libra here. And we have the Young Money crew headed by Wayne, Drake, and Nicki. This is Nicki. That's Drake. Ooh, child. Let's pull one more because I need 3 for the road. Drake, I think this is you, the miser. You could have some Young Money stuff, collaborations in your album. If you do, the Nicki Minaj one is going to overshadow anything, anything you got going on. Uh, and I think you need them, but I think you're greedy. You're a miser. You're a greedy. If you are collaborating with any Young Money people, it's only because you need them to save you and to give you some legitimacy in the Black community again after you've been called out and drugged every which way but right for being a colonizer. You need them to legitimize you again. And in my opinion, they'll be a fool to let you energy harvest them. However, if you're paying them to be on your album, whatever. It's not a harvest, then it's an exchange. All right. Let me look into the devil because that's his fans. And I want to tell y'all a little something, something about how y'all can work against your faves. The devil. Look at them. These are your fans constantly on the blogs, flaming things up. They just keep this fire going with you. They keep stoking the flames of beef, keeping you constantly talking about Kendrick. Kendrick this, Kendrick that. They've been begging you to go after this person, that person. They're the devil. You need some new fans when they should, instead of telling you to continue shooting arrows at people, the 8 of Wands, Eight of Cups. They should be telling you to walk the fuck away. Also, is this Nicki Minaj? Somebody in your inner circle wants you and Nicki Minaj working together because they know how she can benefit you. It's not just you, it's your team too. I won't say this is your fans. Someone in your inner circle wants this Drake and Nicki Minaj collaboration. Oh dear. Yep, I agree. Fans are messy as fuck. It's the reason why I didn't want to do celebrity readings on this channel when I was only doing readings for the dead. Um, it was because I didn't want the energy that people's fans brought. I ain't want no parts of that because I'm a regular person and I fight and I'm a woo lady. So like that stuff, like I feel like that's just anyways, that shit is for zombies and people with it's mindless behavior. And I feel like I don't entertain that in my regular life. Girl, bye. Y'all bring that stupid shit around here. It's like I live in the real world. Y'all don't. So I just didn't even want to bring that energy over here. I feel like if I read those kind of things, then I'm inviting that, and I can't get mad when they show up with it. But Spirit said, hell nah. Hell nah. You can read what you want. They the ones out of their motherfucking minds. Living in a false reality where the anyways, child. But here I am, doing it as fuck. I said that. It ain't hard for me to believe that I said that because it's obvious. All right. Next, Nicki Minaj. All right. Is Nicki Minaj coming? Whew. After this, we get into the things that I actually wanted to talk about on my channel today. These are things that I feel like y'all might want to talk about. The Nicki Minaj is kind of the last one. Jamie Foxx is next, but it's not what you think. I don't give no fuck about him having that baby. It's the handler of his, though. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He needs a handler. Yeah, you can't have the new Jamie hanging around black people and talking about I'm done with white women and getting with a black woman. And she fuck around and discover what's been done to him or worse. Heal him in some way. Try to. Mm-mm. That won't work. That won't work. So now you're stuck with the same women that after you came back in your new normal said you were done with. Now, why would he say that though? Why would he have ever said that immediately after what happened to him? He got up on that stage and said he was done with white women, of all things, which leads one to think the memory that they downloaded into his new consciousness from his past body, still from his past life, it's still remembered the old Emmett Till situation. It's still remembered that you're black in Hollywood, and some of your downfalls were because of the honey traps that they set. The devil's in the blue dress. Hmm. They said send in a handler. He done came out remembering shit that we didn't want to program in him, but that's the way memory cards work. I sure did, Wonder Woman. Listen, like Cat, I tell a joke, but not a lie. I'm up here as somebody that's consulting with spirits. I would never come up here and pretend that I see things that I don't because I believe in the spirits. I've seen them in action. So I don't know about the rest of y'all. Lives be falling apart and y'all don't know why, but y'all get up on here doing collect this. One of you guys is gonna win the lotto tomorrow, child. Okay, all right. I I know the powers. I don't do that. And this wasn't never my 9 to 5. I still do real estate. And when I started YouTube, I was doing HR. So I didn't come up on here for that. And I wasn't reading celebrities. Mm-mm. I never thought I'd have all these people. Who knew it? Who knew it? I used to be scared of the idea of getting more subscribers. I was like, oh my God, people are going to see me. They're going to be mean to me, and I'm going to want to put woo on them. I don't play that shit. Anyways, all right, so let's just take a gander. I'm starting to get hungry. So after these lives, before I come back and do the members' lives, I'm going to have to take a break, eat, smoke, and then come back for the second installment of members' lives. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, or the remaining collective energy of Jamie Foxx. And since his accident, if y'all know, every time I read him, I always stumble with this part. I always stumble because it's like that man, his soul is gone. What is left is his memory on a memory card that is implanted in his head. I was looking at that picture with that lady and I seen the mark from where they went into his head. And I said, child, child. Anyways. So I always just have to be conscious of how I call him so I can call the right parts. All the parts. His spirit, soul, and the collective energy. It seems that his soul, it doesn't need to be in his body for it to speak on behalf of his body, but it is definitely disconnected from the other two parts, the physical body, the energy, the spirit, so to speak, because he still has a lot of his memories in that memory card they implanted in him. There's still a spirit about him, not a soul. To be honest, I see things a lot that I can never communicate here, but I just see them all the time, with or without cards. I could look at a blog and see something and then see all of it. It's, I would live a very miserable life if I didn't create some balance. Because the true thing is, I'm a lot more sharper than I can ever really let on to in these readings. And the jokes and stuff are a part of my personality, but it's also because I live a life where I've always been very serious, always been very introspective, and I've always been like this. So I've never been able to just be blissfully ignorant of things. And if I chose to, I got the consequences because I can see it. I can see the matter for what it is. There's a lot of things I don't read even in my own life because, bitch, let me just have experiences. If you really have a gift, you don't want to see everything. Only the people that want to do this every day, all day, you're not seeing everything as clear as you should be. Because once you can see, then you start wanting to not see every goddamn thing. And sometimes it's just like, let me just shoot the shits. Because life can be very, very, very challenging when you see everything. You're cynical. I'm cynical. I don't trust anything, anyone. So some things you just have to accept the bullshit because it gives life some balance and it makes you, makes somebody like me, it makes this work a little bit more enjoyable. I was born very high vibrational, which means I was always alone. Even very popular, very much alone. Popular because when you're high vibrational, you attract people. People always want something. Even if they don't know why, they want to be around you, which is why I've also been very lonely because you see it and you know that these people don't really get you, but you see them clamoring around you and it makes you standoffish, makes you not trust when you know that there is something in you that they don't even see. And if they do, they choose not to see it, but they want the energy that comes with it. then it makes you say, well, then you're not really here for me and all of me. Um, and even people who really do genuinely are supposed to fuck with you and love you, they can be the same way. Parents, mothers, mother is the worst for me because I'm her firstborn and all she has is girls. Women are already competitive. And for a woman that doesn't have a husband around because he went to prison and has to raise three girls, and you're a little bit bitter about how your life turned out, and you're still young, and you're raising girls and they grow up. I don't know. Aquarius mothers cannot be as nurturing. They can come out a little competitive. My mother grew up saying that God told her that she would not walk in the office of a prophet, although she will have the prophetic gifts. Now, I grew up knowing exactly why the good Lord told her that, because my mother is religious and she does have the gifts, but she believes that the gifts have to do with her religion, and she is absolutely strongly anti everything spiritual, especially African spirituality. She don't like cats. She says they're evil. My grandmother, her mother used to be a root worker. My mama grew up like that, but she says she always hated it. So much so that my grandmother took her to get healed because she thought my mother had something on her, and she insulted the man. She thought he was going to be trying to fill up on her. And my mama said that man told her, I'm an old man. You ain't got nothing I want, and I ain't got nothing for you. She said he touched her belly and she stepped back because she thought he was going to try to touch her chocha. Now, if she hadn't have been a little bit offensive, he probably would have told her about her firstborn daughter and how she was going to be just like him. But he probably told her, actually, what he told her was, you fine, you'll snap out of it. And that was it. So, yeah, my mama told me. And then she said when she was pregnant with me, she felt that there was a spirit of darkness upon me. Now, that was the spirit that you guys see here, the same spirit who has done miracles for people, the same miracles that they can't get inside of the churches that they've been funding. They, and I've done them right under her nose. Could do some for her, but I don't do shit for my family. Not a consultation. I don't even pray. I give them my good wishes, may the best be for them, but I don't do shit for them. Shit. Not even if they asked me to, not even if they paid. They have been cut off. And that's a part of their curse because they were born with the same thing that they've been seeking in church. And they converted. My grandmother and them converted from their, roots. They converted to Christianity and then became anti everything that they used to be. They started thinking it was evil and then start trying to control my gifts. Start trying to control my gifts. Absolutely. They don't know me like this. They don't know this version of me. They're blocked from anything. I don't talk to them about this stuff. And they do know, but they don't talk to me about it because they know that I have boundaries. They gonna have to, if they did get into this lifestyle, they would probably have to go to somebody else because of the way that I have been rejected, mocked, gossiped about, and all I ever, wanted to be was just for them to accept me for who the fuck I am and to not see me as evil, considering they know I was born this way. So absolutely not. After my mother told me a couple of years ago that I let the darkness in, I told her, um, this is going to permanently alter our relationship. I hope you know that. She said, and then after that, I just went on about my life creating boundaries, not saying a word until they tried to cross them. So, such is this life. So, I say all that to say it ain't all peaches and cream. People idolize this life because they think it makes you popular or a celebrity, or I don't know what's with it with today's culture with glamorizing spirituality like that and making a market out of it. Everybody's a spiritual influencer now. They're all over TikTok and stuff like that. And I don't judge. I don't judge them. Everybody's, where they are in their spiritual walk. But as of me and my house, this what I do has come with a lifelong burden, one that I did not accept easy. I rejected these parts of myself up until my divorce, or right before my divorce, where the changes were happening because my life was falling apart, and all I can do was turn inwards. But my life was falling apart because for 27, 28, 29 years, I tiptoed around this. I did. I was tiptoeing. I was playing because I didn't want to be shunned by my family. So I was sacrificing the great work to not be shunned by people who were dead, dead walking zombies. No light is entering in them. They're stuck with the same knowledge that that's been passed to them. None of them has sought out any wisdom on their own. And I would respect that if they did. It is because when people that are true to this, not new to this, pop up, then it'll be easy to pass them by because they're not as influential. They're not the influential spiritual girls. I don't have thousands of cowrie bells and beads and bangles and jangles and things in my hair. I don't give y'all that, bitch. I'm a baddie. I just was born this way. And when we speak a word, it won't sound all spiritually cutesy, but it's a word. It's not supposed to sound cute. It's supposed to hit you in your gut. They'll bypass it because it hits. And they'll go to somebody that's going to tell them next month you're going to meet the man of your dreams. And he's going to get, yes, queen, soft life queen. Bitch, I'm not going to tell you that unless I look at your cards and said, bitch, there's going to be a man in here. And he got money. If you play your cards right, you could live a soft life. But I'm also going to tell you, unlike them, I'm going to tell you that's if you play your cards right. That means he going to expect you to do this, be this, not do this, and do that. But if you do all those things, he'll give you whatever you want. The bitches want me to tell them there's a wealthy man coming your way and he's going to give you a soft life without me telling you that he's a wealthy man and he's been wealthy and he can have as many bitches as he wants and all his other bitches walk right so that they can get the benefits. So I'm going to tell you, it's not just going to come. Was that awakening? Hell no. It was horrible. It's not anything I didn't accept. My gift, I always accepted. I was up in church laying hands on grown people. I've always been, they will bring people for me to lay hands on. They'll bring people to me to interpret their dreams. And I've always, before I did any of this, it was my dreams that I had. And I would always share them. I come up, tell my parents and grandparents I had a dream, and they tell me to hold, or they'll make me share it and then repeat it in church, and it always be a thing. So I've always had the gift. However, when did I leave the church? Because I had gone as far as I could go there. In 2012, I was 25, 24 or 25. That's when it started. And then my Saturn return hit in 2016 when I was about 26, 27. Took me through there. Got fired from my first big girl job for not doing anything other than asserting myself in a very professional way. But if I have to check a bitch, you're gonna feel it. It's gonna be truth, but you're gonna feel it. And I made my boss cry. And my boss, the CEO fired me. He said, because I threatened the hierarchy. So because I checked my boss, who nobody's supposed to check, in an email that had other employees on it, he felt like now they're going to feel emboldened to check her too. And everybody hated her. So I got fired because I threatened the hierarchy. And I told the CEO, you're not going to cuss me out because my husband doesn't speak to me this way. Yes, the CEO actually the owner, $275 million man. And he going off on me on this phone, cussing and everything. I know he was spitting in the phone, this Indian man. And I'm just sitting here. I respect it because it's your business. But once you, God damn it, you threatened. I said, I know you upset, but maintain low tones. I got a husband, and he don't talk to me this way. But when that happened, I was devastated because I am a perfectionist. And I did a great job. He didn't want to fire me. He told my friend, who was also my other boss, he did not want to let me go, but he had to set a precedence. Because what I didn't know is that everybody did start coming for her immediately after they saw that email. Because I said what I said and I dropped the mic. And what I didn't know is that the responses she was getting from people who always wanted to say something, but since somebody else was bold enough to do it, they said, yes, my turn. Bitch, they printed that email out and they was passing it around the cubicles. When I walked out of my office, there was a slow clap. I seen heads poking above the cubicles doing like this. Child, that was my last full day there. But fortunately, the CEO had already told me that I would be a better boss than an employee. So I had already started pivoting. I started A-list private and corporate events, which was an event planning company. Because I did all of the events in HR at the company and they became a thing. I was good at it. So I started a business doing corporate events. I'm not your birthday girl. I'm not your, you know, I didn't do those things. I did one wedding, but it was for my cousin. But my thing was I would, offer myself out to take over event planning for other businesses who didn't want to tie, their administrative staff up planning events. So I did pretty well. I got a contract with Rhythm and Vine. I just remembered that place because that's where I had my grand opening. If you're from Fort Lauderdale, Rhythm and Vine, that's the place I had a grand opening. And they were the first company that I kind of pitched my business to for my grand opening. I asked them to let me use their facility for free without charging me the event price. But I had to guarantee them that I could bring out 80 to 100 people. Um, and I also got them to offer my first 30 guests a free glass of champagne. And it turned out so well because all of my employees from the job I got fired from, they showed up, including my boss, the CEO. He did too. He had to respect it. From there, I ended up running it back, and I started like planning these networking brunches. So I did the next thing I did in this Italian restaurant on Hollywood Beach was Businesswomen Who Brunch, which was a networking brunch mixer. And then I partnered with the city of Oakland Park to do a movie under the star night because that was just like starting to become a thing. So I hopped on it early and that was that. But then my husband, he started, to be honest, being jealous. He told me that I had started to intimidate him. He started complaining about how much I was talking about work instead of talking about him or whatever bullshit he wanted to talk about. So he couldn't relate to me. And then he said that I was intimidating. And then he started staying home late. Then he started talking about this random bus driver at his job, Kim. And he would always just tell me stories about his day with Kim. And I noticed. And then he started hanging out with this new friend, Hunter, at work. I met all his friends. We was all friends. We had clicked. But I could never meet Hunter. And I could never hang out with him and Hunter. And that was weird. Him and Hunter only hung out at night, in the wee hours of the night, actually. And they'd always go to Hunter's house. Hunter never came to our house. All his homeboys darn near had keys. So that was weird, actually. Some other things were happening that were weird. Coming home and from out of town while he was at work and finding a used condom on my dining room table, perhaps. And when I say used, I'm saying I cannot to this day pinpoint the substance that was on it. I have a vagina. I know what it looks like. It has some other shit on it. Anyways. Then he got a second job, an overnight job, and then he never was home. And then he decided that he wanted some space. We got separated, and I got a divorce. But by then, I had already started changing, and he didn't like the fact that I was doing more food. I was doing voodoo. I had gotten initiated, so to speak, by our neighbor, who actually said she was just waiting on me because the spirit told her that I would come to her. And she didn't do a full initiation. She said that I was already initiated by the spirit. She just needed to teach me certain things. He ain't like that shit. Um, so he fully checked out, but that's how it was supposed to be. It just was supposed to be. Oh yes, Liv. I would never. I did. The night that he asked that, I was boohoo crying. I went to the Dollar General to get a pack of peanut M&Ms to cope. And a woman was walking out of Dollar General. I shared this story before. She asked if she could share something with me. I don't know that woman. I let her, and she said a few things to me. Some of the things were, I know you hurting right now. I know you in pain, but where you're about to go, where you're supposed to go, the people in your life right now can't come with you. Some of the things, some of the places that you go now, some of the things that you do, you can't do them anymore. You're different, and you know that. And she spoke quite a few things in me, but some of them I can't remember. And then she didn't hug me. She said the final thing. She smiled and then she walked to her car. I got ready to walk in the store, but I thought, let me stop and give this lady a hug. I turned around and that bitch was gone. She wasn't in the parking lot. She wasn't walking down the street. There was the car in the parking lot that probably should have been hers was for the one employee in the store. So that lady was literally gone. So, yes, yes, he could not elevate with me. When I left, everything fell apart. The first report was he told me that the house had been infested with roaches. Never had that problem. The house that we lived in was gifted to us from his parents, and it was the house he grew up in. His mother was the most anal and clean person I knew. That house never had roaches. But he was living like a bachelor, so he said roaches had took over the house. He said the lawn had died. The grass wouldn't be green. And the lawn was also very well kept. If it wasn't from him, his daddy, I could wake up in the morning and his daddy would be in my yard fussing about my husband not being in the yard. So he said the grass died. Then my sister in law's husband died. Um, and then my sister in law died. And then my ex husband got hit by a car. And then the boat mysteriously caught on fire in the driveway. I'm talking about, she definitely was, Jess. Definitely was. I didn't take more than two steps before I turned around to get that lady a hug, and she was gone. She was just gone. No, I didn't put no woo on my ex husband. Absolutely not. I don't woo men. I don't do that. I don't do love spells to bring you to me, and I don't do no revenge spell on no man that I have broken up with because I don't circle the block. So that would mean that I'm bitter about it. Mm-mm. And after the reason why I was okay with filing for divorce, there was no coming back. He wanted me to come back after the separation. But once I knew what I knew, God bless you. Mm-mm. Did he go and see someone to try to bind us together? Yes. Ironically, after we left, he started wanting to get readings. Yes. Yes. After I left, he started saying, I don't mind. I don't mind. I love your spirituality. I got a reading, and that lady said she couldn't read you. You was too strong. Now he with the shit. His niece went to Africa and got initiated. So yeah, he gotta be with the shit because that's his heart. His niece is his heart. Child. Matter of fact, I spoke to him, what's today? Thursday. I spoke to my ex-husband Monday. No, last Wednesday, because I got a phone call from a man in Fort Lauderdale telling me that he knows my ex-husband Terry. Shit, I wasn't supposed to say his name. God damn. He knows my ex-husband, and he has a property in Ocala that he's trying to, settle. And he has some other real estate things. And he was like, and your husband, spoke very highly of you. And I just like to keep their identities private, except for Andrew and Natasha, because fuck them hoes. Shout out to Terry though. He sent a client to my way, and I text him. I didn't text him. I don't have his number anymore, but I went on his Instagram and I DM'd him and I said, "Thank you, Terry." And he said, "You're welcome." And that was it. So yeah, even people that I leave behind, they don't listen. Nobody wants to leave here for good. Nobody. When a person belongs to spirits, you need to walk light around them. Otherwise, the spirits will move on their behalf. Absolutely. There's a trail of bodies behind me. Do you guys know that there are 4 deaths? My mother in law, y'all know she tried to fight me after I got out of the hospital having a miscarriage. Literally, my neighbor picked me up from the hospital. And when we got to the house, her and my sister in law, both who are dead, was drunk outside trying to fight me. My neighbor ushered me into her house because, bitch, I had just had a miscarriage and had to get a DNC. So I called my husband and I told him, come get your mama because I'm coming outside with fire. I'm not in a position to fight them hoes, but I got that fire. I know you at work, but if you love your mama and your sister, come get them hoes. I am in no mood to argue. I'm bussing. And he got right off of work and came over there and he almost put hands on them. They got into it in the middle of the road. They was all drunk and slurring. But you know what? A year later, she was on her deathbed, my mother-in-law. A year after that, she was on her deathbed. Her cancer had returned almost overnight, had been in remission for over almost 20 years. Cancer returned almost overnight. A year after that, she was on her deathbed telling me to take good care of her son, telling me, I know you a good woman. She even tried to say me and you is like two peas in a pod. And I respected her being on her deathbed, but in my mind, I thought, no, the fuck we ain't. That was her last words to me. Take care of my son. The other one, her daughter, she the sister-in-law that passed away from all that alcoholism. An ex-employee or ex-friend of mine when I worked at Lockheed the first time, her name was Nikki. I loved Nikki and Kim. And I don't know what happened. They must have been gossiping. It was just some mean girl stuff. I came into work one day and they was gossiping about me. And I was so hurt. I was so hurt. I didn't know what I had done. But then I started moving accordingly. I thought it was weird, but they were both fat. And I figured they was hating. Just like my sister-in-laws. All of them had gastric bypass when my boyfriend brought me home, when my ex-husband brought me home. And some of them was still fat after that. So, and I don't even mess with fat girl. I eat everybody. I out eat everybody. But anyways, I just moved accordingly. I seen what type of time they was on. I didn't know what I had done. They weren't answering my calls or anything for me to figure out what I had done. And so I left well enough alone. Well, one day they was talking so that I can hear them, talking shit about me, but loud enough so that I can hear them. They was being messy. So we got into it. And one of them big bitches, because my ex-husband, he worked there. He did security at Lockheed for a minute. And she knew him. I think I called him off her phone one day when my phone was dead or something. She called she called my nigga while he was at my cousin Cookie house waiting on me to get off because Cookie lived around the corner. She called him and tried to spray me to my fiance at the time. He had her on speakerphone. Him and my cousin Cookie is listening. My cousin Cookie is the last person because she didn't get no fuck that it's Lockheed Martin. She grabbed her fire. She gonna whoop ass and then she gonna shoot. So she was on the way. I get on the phone because my husband called me and he going off and he telling me that that bitch just called and he said, I'm trying to get Cookie not to come up there because she got her gun and you can't get through the gate. She gonna go to jail trying to get through the gate up there. So he going off. I hear my cousin in the background going off. He trying to keep her from coming up to the job. I went to HR because I'm professional. So I go to HR and I ask them to mediate a sit down between me and this girl. Because I don't want to lose my job, but I'm gonna say what the fuck I need to say. And all I need for y'all to do is get it on record. I will put a restraining order on somebody if I have to, just so that when I take matters into my own hands, if they come to me with that bullshit, then I already let y'all know what the lick was, and I already did official measures. So I do that. I do that. So we get into HR and she rah 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 rah, and I'm not a rah 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 girl. I'm not a rah 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 girl. I know exactly what I need to say. I'm not emotional. I'm not speaking out of emotion. I'm very clear and concise. And if I say it, then I motherfucking meant it. So she's rah rah rah, and I know that they're going to look at her like the hot ghetto mess aggressor. So I let her do the rah rah rah, and I stayed cool, calm, and collected. But I told her what was gonna happen and what wasn't gonna happen no more. You're not gonna be calling my man, especially not to tell my man on me. And bitch, my man gotta go home with me. So he's never going to side with you. You're not gonna be sitting up talking shit about me while I'm trying to work because I need to be able to work in peace. She was going off. This hit it. That was that though. I think she ended up getting reprimanded. I left before she did out of the meeting. I said what I needed to say, and they were too busy trying to calm her down because she was going off and being. So, anyways, I knew what I did what I needed to do. I played in front of the white people, and I let her look a hot ghetto mess. I triggered her so that she can look like the aggressor, and I wouldn't. So that whatever happens next, they would know how she gets down, and they know how I get down. Anyways. Long story short, I ended up leaving. Me and my husband, my fiance at the time, we left. We moved back to Fort Lauderdale, got married, moved on with our lives. A month or so later, or I would say 4 months after that incident, I got word from some of the people I still communicated with, probably my mama, that the girl Nikki's son had leukemia. So her son was 6 or 7, and that broke my heart. So I messaged her on Facebook because this was back then. This is 2011, 2010, 2011, 2011, because it was a few months before I got married. This is 2011. I messaged her on Facebook and I was like, listen, I heard about Jaden. I'm so sorry. No matter what happened between us, we were friends. And, I wouldn't wish anything like that on the babies. I'm praying for Jaden. She responded back and said, bitch, fuck you and your prayers and whatever God you pray to. I was still a Christian then. And I was like, ooh, she was dead 6 months later. Her son might still be alive. She didn't have nothing wrong with her. I think she went in because they end up finding a blood clot or something. Something happened with her leg. She had to get surgery on her knee or something. It wasn't supposed to be serious. She got surgery on her knee. The surgery was successful, made it out. But while in recovery, I think she got a blood clot and it killed her. The girl who was gossiping with her almost lost her life in a car accident with my cousin. That's how I found out about it. Years later, this was maybe 4 years ago. I found out she was creeping with my one of my boy cousins, who she was creeping with back then, and they got in an accident and the car flipped over. So my cousin is still healing from that, but he was in a car with her. They almost lost their life. So listen, you're absolutely right, Liv, about that. I really don't have to do too much of nothing. I'm only still surprised that Andrew and Natasha is alive. Them the only ones that I actually was like, all right, Any minute now. Any minute. I got a dress in my closet, bright red, waiting on their funeral. Absolutely. And I am probably not going to go to their funeral if one of them pass. But will I go to the grave site? Yes. Will I go live from there? Yes. So maybe that's why the good Lord won't let them go to glory. Probably because I put my hands on them. And God said, well, since you got it, I'm like, no, you do it. Do it like you did the other ones. That kind of protection only lasts when I was ignorant to myself. But once I stepped into my calling, they don't have to do that anymore. Because now it's up to me. All right. Nicki Minaj. That was off on a tangent, but sure. I've been giving you guys the goods today, so I deserve to talk about myself for a minute. Nicki Minaj, is she coming? Is she getting ready to release an album, a rollout? Is she getting ready to announce running for a political position? Hmm. A Spirit ain't handling Andrew and Natasha enough for me. I have not gotten word. Andrew can live. I ain't got word that Natasha went to glory yet. So Spirit gonna have beef with me until some shake. Maybe letting them live in whatever they're in is worse. So, but they tried me like nobody ever tried at me before. I I still fantasize about being my daddy child. But anyways, that's another. Most High Mother and Father God, Onika Tanya Mirage Petty. Is Onika coming? Spirit, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Nicki Minaj. Onika Tanya Mirage Petty. Please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of Nicki Minaj. Nicki. Nicki Minaj. You've been outside lately. You just came to social media and did some form of live or spaces or something with your fans. I believe you did an interview. You either talked about some things or answered some questions. You mentioned your, um, I don't know. I think I heard she mentioned why she's a Republican. She might have mentioned her issues with the Democratic Party, Rock Nation, and all of that. So people are thinking that you're getting ready to come out with something. What's going on in your energy, Nicki Minaj? I compel you to speak your soul's truth, keeping absolutely nothing hidden from me, including that which you might want to keep from yourself. I am starving. I'm going to run through these real quick. And one of these ain't going to make it. I'm going to scratch one of these off. Sure am. All right. Nicki Minaj, what's in your energy currently? And are you getting ready to do something, or were you just out and about talking and chatting, but not coming outside yet? All right. Well, as far as the Barbs are concerned, they're celebrating. Look at the Barbs, man and woman alike. They are awaiting your return, Nikki. The young Barbs and the old Barbs are all rejoicing. Nikki's coming, Nikki's coming, Nikki's coming. And they're expecting you to come with an album. They want all 10 tracks and they want them all in or around their mouth. They want you to pour that rainbow colored Barbie pee all over them. Look at that pink. The Barbie says, put that pink Barbie pee on me. Why the fuck did I call it Barbie pee? I don't know. But sure. That's gross, but sure. The challenge, though, is releasing the album, the tangibles around it, the
practical stuff, the business part of it. Releasing an album ain't all just music and vibes and studio. You got to make sure that the label supports it. You got to make sure that the radio, the DJs, the Spotify's, the all the legalities and logistics that go into releasing a project. That's the challenging part. That's what's been having to be worked out. I think she said something about needing to renegotiate her contract with her label. So it's the business part of releasing the music. Making the music is easy. The business part is usually what's the holdup. Past position. Nikki had to do a little hustling. She had to do a little pandering to the Trump administration for help because she said Jay-Z had relationships with the Democratic elite. So those relationships she needed to stealthily sneak away from. Present position, I mean, near future, you guys are going to get it. You're going to get that P. You're going to get that Barbie P. This feels like an album because it's the Queen of Cups. Ace of Cups, that gives a little song or a little snippet. Page of Cups, that gives music on the way, guys. Save the date. Queen of Cups almost looks like she's just going to give it to you. I don't know if there's going to be an official rollout. You guys might be in the midst of it. I don't know. She's going to give you something. I don't know if it's an album, but she's going to give you something political, musical, or both. That could be her on the Iceman album. Yeah. Outcome. Crowning her. She's been needing, oh gosh, this has been chaos. First and foremost, this is her rants about Jay-Z, Rock Nation, Live Nation, Desiree Perez, the fight with Cardi B, all of it. She's been fighting for her life and fighting other people's lives, and it's just been a lot of chaos in Nikki's life. It's in her crowning position though. Oh, is that her unfollowing people who likes the next attempted replacement? Let me see. So below. No, Nikki's been ducking and dodging attempts for at least the past 8 years. And according, allegedly, the Democrat or the Trump administration gave her a way out. They're her saviors, her Jesus. Trump is her Jesus. Gavin, you could have been, but you let Trump be her Jesus. Her current actions, Nikki's sitting on content of some sort, music content of some sort that she has not released yet. Her fans probably are perceiving her as getting ready to release something based on her habits. And she could be relying on the fact that her fans know how she moves, so she doesn't necessarily have to announce something. If Nikki doesn't do a traditional rollout, meaning announcing everything, it's because she has to do it that way and then just present it. If she does it that way, it's because she has to. External to her, her peers think that she has overcome, meaning she's in a position with these white elites that none of her black ops can really do too much with. So if you see the industry changing their tune slowly but surely about Nicki Minaj, it's because they see that she's won. These are people that were scared. I think she mentioned that other people feel the way she does, but they're too scared. I agree with that. Her peers that probably feel the same way she does are no longer scared to be nice to her. Why? Because they saw her do what they're too scared to do and survive. Not just survive, though. Looks like she's thriving. Looks like success in some form. So, all the people who were too scared, who feel the same way she does, they're not going to be trying to whack her anymore because they see how she pivoted and how that works for her. They actually piled up on her when the side that she was against, the machine was against her because it was safer. And there were benefits if you sided against her, especially publicly, even if you didn't really agree with what you were saying. Now, though, those same people, it doesn't benefit them to whack her even more anymore. They like her. They like her even more now. They respect her even more now. I won't say like, respect her even more now. To you all, though, if you do try to be nice to Nicki Minaj, she remembers. She will remember. And she will not sit with y'all, which is why she said it. Other people feel the same way I do, but they're scared. That was her way of saying they agree, but they scary as fuck. So that's how she sees y'all, scary as fuck. And even if y'all try being nice to her, she's going to see it for what it is because it was beneficial to be mean to her at some point for you, yes men and child spineless people. And some of these are you guys' faves. I don't see it for no celebrity. They're entertainment. The help, the funny help. Hopes and fears is that she'll be sabotaged and something won't be able to come out, whatever she wants to release. She won't be able to pull it off. Something she wants to pull off, she's afraid she won't be able to. This could be an album. This could be bigger than an album. Outcome. Nikki. I don't know about this. If you release like a clip or a teaser of your song with Drake, it might be all the rage that you're on it. I don't know what this is, but something isn't gonna go for you. If it's gonna go, it won't go smoothly. It kind of makes me feel like, well, let me clarify that before I speak about it. It kind of makes me feel like no matter what you put out, there's still a strong machine. Even if they can't do whatever they used to be doing, like full out sabotage, they can absolutely use that PR and media and blog machine against you, and they definitely will do that. What's your outcome for this Ace of Cups in reverse? This is new though, so looks like you'll be trying to give something new, and it won't be so well received. I don't know why I feel like you are going to try to pivot into politics, like be a politician of some sort, work, physically work in politics in some way in the future. I don't think that's going to go well because your fans don't mind you being a political rapper. Do they want you to give up rap for politics full time? No, because they actually don't agree with your political stance, but they still support you because they support you being the queen of rap. Ace of Cups in reverse is your outcome. What is this? Something ain't going. Something ain't going. Whatever this challenge is going to be more of a challenge and it'll be a message sent to you. So I don't know what you're trying to do. It looks like you're trying to put something out, but the back end needs to be worked out. Them not cooperating with you is a message to you. They can't really sabotage you the way they used to be able to because you got Trump on your side. But in the ways that they can and get away with it, they will. Ain't going. Something, if you do release something and it ends up, they give you a hard time about it, you won't never release anything again. If you announce a release of something but you end up not releasing it, you will never release again. Either way it goes, if you release something in the future, in the near future, it will be your last time doing that. If you don't, then you're just not going to at all. Cardi B could they could put Cardi B in her seat, but Cardi B self sabotages. She self sabotages herself. They literally have ushered her there. Cardi B self sabotages. She will always self sabotage because she's not anybody's queen of rap. Y'all can PR and machine all y'all want. At the end of the day, people fell in love with Nicki Minaj because of her talent. Cardi B, you can actually be called the queen of rap But when the lackluster music is all that's there, or no music at all, because you don't release music, it's not going to hold. It has to be able to hold. If they planning on playing a long game with you and doing a long-term J-Lo situation with you, then sure. But that costs a lot of money. Anyways, though. Nikki, something ain't going. I don't know what it is, but it ain't. And whatever it ain't, it'll be a message to you that they ain't going. No matter who you align with. Yeah. And it feels like it's Jewish people or people connected to Jews in the industry. And these Jews are probably connected to the people you don't like. So you will need them to be able to release something, and they won't do it because of the relationships that you chose. They're not willing to overlook it. And you chose to try to take down Jay-Z. So these are powerful elites in the industry who you need when you're trying to release something. These elites will try to still punish you for going against Jay-Z and Co. by not cooperating with whatever it is that you're trying to release. And if they own those things or they're the heads of them, then it's nothing that can be done. It just ain't gonna go. But your near future is the Queen of Cups. So you are presenting something more in the near future than in your outcome. Queen of Cups. Now you've alienated some of your community, but not all of it. So you still have a leg to stand on behind you releasing something. That's your logic. You wouldn't feel confident with releasing whatever it is if you thought that all of your fan base or the community abandoned you, but they didn't. You're banking on the fact that your fans are overlooking your political affiliations. And they're doing so because they believe more in the conspiracy against you than anything else. They want to see you win because you've been attacked. This is something that Nicki Minaj knows, and it's a strategy that she uses with her fans. Does Nicki Minaj appreciate her fans? Sure. Are you guys as BFFs as she leads you to think? No, no. You guys are a resource. You keep her afloat. And Nicki Minaj understands that as long as there are forces against her, you all won't care what she has going on. Just for the sake of not letting her ops win, you'll support her. She absolutely banks on that. All right. That's that with her spirit. Let me see her hopes and fears because it might not, it's not going to come. It's her hope, her fear isn't going to come out and whole the way she thinks it is. She's looking at a full on sabotage again, but it won't be the whole machine again because they can't do that. Something about the Erica Kirk thing. It's actually not even really the Trump, it's the Erica Kirk situation that I think did you in. It did. It's the Erica Kirk situation. It's not the Trump thing. It's the Erica Kirk situation that she feels like is the worst blunder. It might be the hardest part for people to glaze over. There's a lot of celebrities that support Trump, none of which probably are going to go on a platform with Erica Kirk. So that's what's in her fear. She's hoping that the Erica Kirk thing doesn't get used against her. While her fans don't mind overlooking Trump, her ops can absolutely remind everybody, especially with Erica Kirk looking the way she does after Drewski and all of that. They will remind you guys that Nicki Minaj kikied with her and buddy cozied up to her. I don't think she wants you guys to be reminded of that in that way. That's Nicki Minaj. For the past almost year, I've been saying it looks like she's going to release something, but something's weird about it. She's having troubles doing what she's trying to do. Oh dear. Your troubles will persist. Even if you get something out, it might be the feature with Drake. If you release your album, something about it ain't gonna work. They're gonna sabotage it in some way. But I don't know. She definitely wants to release something, but there's still some forces working against her in a way where they won't cooperate with her releasing what she wants to, and nobody will really be able to check them on that. All right, Jamie Foxx, and then I am going to skip something I have on here. I'm not even going to tell you. It's something that y'all didn't even want me to talk about, anyways. Jamie Foxx, and then Liv, you ready for this? That UK counselor, that UK politician who said that they were the master race and they had larger brains. Now, if you guys never heard that, where did you hear that first? Here, right? In my Glacia Labolas reading. A demon, right? Who said, I'm not a demon. We are not demons, and we're not aliens. Actually, we existed in the sixth civilization, the one previous to this one. We had longer lifespans, and yes, since we lived on the earth longer, we were more intelligent. Hmm. 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 And they died different. They just stepped into another room. That was death for them. And they said that there was an invader species who came, killed and enslaved some of them, and then demonized them later on in history. Alienized, demonized. And then she went on. They say Glacia labolas is a male. I conjured it up and it keeps presenting as a female, a feminine spirit. She actually said my mother was a chief and I am her firstborn. And they killed my mother and they enslaved me, used me for our science and our technological advances. And then she described the invader species. And then she says that they still exist today, but they have evolved. She said that they were transparent, is how she describes them. You could see through their skin. You could see all of their blue blood and veins in their skin. She said they had very small hearts, but very large brains. I'm talking about the invader species. This would not be what the white people look like today. But even, yes, they will tell you their ancestors did. Why? Why do they have small hearts, large brains? Because they're not human. However, they don't have all of the human faculties, compassion, empathy, all of the things that come through the heart chakra that makes us well-rounded human beings. They have large brains because as not human, something foreign to this earth, they had to observe, watch, study, and learn civilizations for a long time so that they could mimic how to be human. So, yes, they're great at research, they're great at studying, they're great at hoarding information. Can they transmute it into wisdom? No. Small hearts, large brains. Have they evolved after learning from the humans how to be human? Yes. Yes. After all this time, mixing with us. Yeah, sure. Now they look like what they look like today. We don't even look like what they looked like, what the people I'm talking about look like. Nevertheless, that was when I did the live with Glacia Labolas, which is who the Goetia calls a demon. But I work with them and they told me, messenger, reclaim the truth, remove the veil. And so that's what I do. Because you guys are so afraid of certain things. Are there evil? Is there evil out there? Sure, absolutely. Are there spirits who, work with the people who work against people like me? Sure. Are they the spirits that they identified for you to be aware of? Why would they do that? Nevertheless. So in the UK, what was his name? I'm not doing that now. I'm just giving you guys a heads up of where we're going to end. UK. UK counselor master race. I'm just going to get his name so I can put it in your mind where we're going next. Stuart Pryor is his name. All right. So, Jamie Foxx first. Absolutely, Liv. Absolutely. And if the Divine Mother is our connection to this planet, then it would make sense for them to have a smaller heart chakra, less connection with the Divine Mother, next less connection with Mother Earth, less space in their heart organ for that connection. But they sure can study, can't they? They've got all these universities and charities that's funded for research and everything. That's all they can ever do is research, 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 research. Wisdom evades them. That's actually how they lose because wisdom doesn't evade us. We evade wisdom. But if you listen, you'll get the tools to know that they're not the all powerful, all seeing eye. Now, I live in that space. So my clients also live in that space. The weapons are formed, but do they prosper? Fuck no. Absolutely not. I ain't seen one prosper since I've been walking upright like this. Not once. I have been young and I am older, yet I have never seen the righteous forsaken. And by righteous, I don't mean y'all sitting up in church. You have to know where your power source is and then plug the fuck in. But they bank on you guys being unplugged from your power source. So then you evade the same wisdom that is waiting you with outstretched open arms. And now you've let them siphon your consciousness. So now you're about to trade places with them. Through artificial intelligence and your consciousness that you lend to that technology, they are learning even more today. Their technology is helping what their forefathers could not help them with. How to really embody the essence of being human. hmm Why? Because they understand the science behind being human. Y'all were the ones who they pandered YOLO to. You only live once and life is for fun and all that shit. They don't live like that. Why? Why don't they? Because they know that that's foolishness. But what you have is what they've been studying. And they've been tricking y'all out of having it. And by the time y'all find out that you've been tricked out of your consciousness, you can't get consciousness back. Not that easy, because they've got all of your consciousness. So now they know how to defeat your ass. You're welcome. You're welcome. They've been studying our bodies, fresh cadavers. That's what they need. Mhm. They need to see how the spirit and the body disconnect, and the function, how long it takes for the body to finish offering up the spirit. And Glaciolabulus told me 72 hours it takes for the soul to completely shift out of the body. Yes. Thank you, Liv. And speaking of the soul shifting out of the body, Jamie Foxx. We'll get to Stuart Pryor and his pronouncement. And yes, I asked last night, I said, Spirit, I know that once a divine source comes and tells a truth, then they have to go and tell the truth. They can't let the they can't let us be the ones to blow their cover. They can't control the truth once it gets blown up. But if they go and piggyback, hold on. Our cover blown? All right, let's go ahead and blow it and then control the narrative. At the same time, this man is saying this, they're also trying to release alien evidence to you all. Now, who's inspiring them to do that? Of course you did, Liv. Of course you did. And again, I'm so proud of you and congratulations. I'm glad it's been made official. You've got it in writing. Of course. I told y'all the feds be watching. They was here when I did the Glacia Labalus reading. Now, even if y'all don't believe what the fuck I say, some people know I'm talking about what I'm talking about, even if y'all don't. And I'll be all right with that. Because they have ways of letting me know. We see what you're doing over there. Yeah, they have ways. They have ways. And then I just be like, good. Because I've been watching y'all before y'all even knew I was watching. You're late to the watch party. I thought y'all was the OG observers. I done collected all my intel. Y'all technology can't compete with the human technology, the original human technology, not your AI, not your robots. I am showing them what the upgraded human looks like, the age of Aquarian human looks like. All up, I'm doing drone footage all up in they shit. Yes. 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 Anyways, Jamie, Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, the soul, collective energy, collective memory, God damn it, of Jamie Foxx. I hate having to conjure him up because when I close my eyes, I see three separate entities. I want to see them together, but they are not. They're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. Soul, spirit, collective energy that's still in the body. That's how I see them. So it always throws me off because I don't know who I'm addressing, which one of y'all, and which you just integrate, but they don't. They just stand there like veggie tails. Just three, a carrot, a broccoli, and a cucumber in my vision. Just veggie tails, just vegetated state. That's it. Veggie tails, vegetable, vegetative state. Bitch, do I need to do any more? I close my eyes and he's three veggie tails. That means he never left his vegetative state and he's in a technologically advanced vegetative state. Bitch, that's the best way I can do that. Whew. I don't believe psychics who don't see stuff. Well, no, everybody's. psychic gifts comes a certain way, but how do y'all not get visual images that help you understand what's being conveyed? How don't y'all have to use examples and visual images like that to express something? Because that's how spirits have to give it to me. Anyways, Jamie Foxx, Foxhole. I'll never forget your radio station called the Foxhole, but that was when you was in the swing of your parties, your freak offs, allegedly, because I wasn't there. They wouldn't invite me to a freak off. For one, I ain't white, and then two, I ain't got no dingaling for the after freak off. You know, the basketball party freak off. You know, they say when all the celebrity men, the black men and athletes get together at Jamie Foxx house and play balls and blouses, ball without blouses, balls without blouses and boxers. They say they play basketball at Jamie Foxx house with no clothes on. And it's a sausage party. So you got balls and sausage and then Spalding balls and hoops. It, bitch, I just want to be a hoop on the pole. I don't want to get involved. I just want to be the hoop. I just want to be the hoop. Okay. Yeah. Because this is me being the hoop and all the balls. Actually, this is me. Because in my mind, when people are doing weird shit, mm-mm. The fuck is they doing? Everything stinks to me. Did y'all see that clip that the blogs are pushing off to you guys to put as an image in your subconscious of Sexy Red in the back seat of a vehicle? And she had on short panties and she had her legs almost behind her head and her chocha was just out and she was shoving it in the camera. I immediately knocked my phone to the ground and you won't make me inhale that shit. No, no, nope, nope, nope. I will hold my breath until I die. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Y'all love anything. Y'all make everything famous. I said, that's the lady that got the gonorrhea lip gloss. Didn't she have a sex tape and they said she was spewing mud water? I done aged out of the internet. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be on the internet no more. I guess I have to officially embrace my auntie-ism. So it is what it is, y'all. I'm tapping out. Y'all, I'm officially old. So y'all go ahead. It's just fun though. Yep, 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 yep. You know who ain't never had to get fixed in the clinic? Me. I didn't have fun, but you know what kind of fun I didn't have? The reckless kind. I ain't never had no sewage coming out of my body like that. No judgment, but auntie out. Signing out. Auntie. Yep, yep. Y'all just gonna have to visit me in the home where the Gen Z wants to put all the millennials. Come visit me in the millennial home because it's lit and y'all gonna be trying to get in anyways. All right. Jamie Foxx, you a new baby daddy. You love making half black babies. Ain't no shame though. You fine as hell. You is. But and they say you got a Peter. But mm-mm, mm-mm. I don't like Peter that likes to be in mayonnaise. I can't respect them kind of Peters, but not that I was offered it anyway. So Jamie Foxx, talk to me about this new era of your life, fatherhood and 50s. God bless you. I know an African man that said, as long as I can skeet, skeet, skeet a healthy seed, then I'm going to plant that bitch. A good, strong Nigerian. He said, as long as I can plant the seed, it's getting planted. Woo, child. I don't know if that turned me on or off. It did something to me. I was in the middle somewhere. Because we like a good, strong, healthy man. But as a woman, when you think about a bitch saying some shit like that, you think, hell no, bitch, hell no. Gotcha. Not me though. Fun fact, got diagnosed with PCOS when I was married after my miscarriage. In my last pap smear, the nurse told me, she told me, you're actually really fertile right now. You better be careful or you're going to get that baby. I said, bitch, you better be careful. You be careful, bitch. I'm almost 40. So, hell no. I'm almost 40, but she said I am fertile. I got to guard my 40-year-old egg, my 38-year-old eggs, because these African men is trying to plant them. Yes, these older men be aggressive, but I like them older. I don't like no young man getting on my nerves, wanting to talk on the phone all day. You better find you something to do because I got shit to do. Yeah. As a 38-year-old who'll be 39 this year, I don't know if I would date someone in their 30s. You got gray hair yet? Yes. You starting to get some? Come on in. Salt and pepper shaker. Come on in. We like that round here. You already into your 40s? You in your late 40s? Hey, daddy. Because it's certain shit they ain't got time for. And it's the same shit I ain't got time for. Jamie Foxx, when you came out and said, I ain't messing with white women no more, I am delivered. You know what I thought? If I was into zombies and I didn't mind, and I didn't care about soul ties, and I didn't care about him putting his penis inside of my woo lady vagina, it making him more rich, and then him taking him riches to the white community, then I do it for a good time, not a long time, but I do it. But because of all those reasons, also in the fact that I wouldn't have the opportunity, then I just wouldn't. He's the age and he's handsome, but everything else is a no. Jamie Foxx, you're a new father. What's currently going on in your life? Who is this white woman? Who is this white woman that's gonna have your baby? Where'd she come from? A handler? Your soul says in this ear, while your body and the rest of you is over here. His soul is separated from him. His soul is the man who came out and said, I'm delivered. Because after that near death experience, the soul was still, bitch, get out, come over here with me. At least we can reincarnate and start over, Jamie. No. But they had that memory card. They didn't let him go all the way dead where he was in Atlanta. They kept him on life support and then shipped him to that that facility in Chicago where they specialize in bringing people back from the dead. How did they do it though? My spidey senses said technology. They keep you on life support so that they can download the consciousness onto the memory chip and then plant that bitch somewhere, either around the brain or around the spinal column. Yep. hmm It's the new and improved version of clone. Y'all still looking for clones, body doubles, but they got this new technology where they just download your memory onto a hard drive and then place the hard drive into the new computer. And boom, Jamie Foxx. What's going on in your life currently? You got a baby on the way? Are you in love with this woman? Is she in love with you? Is she your handler? Like I assume. Am I crazy? Like I assume. What's going on in your life, Jamie Foxx? Speak to me from your soul's truth, not your spirit and your collective energy. They don't know what the fuck they talking about, but your soul gonna tell it because it's not in your body. NBA Youngboy too. What about him? I like NBA Youngboy. Cause if I crash out, you gonna have to count aloud for me. That's my favorite part of that song. No, I hardcore like NBA Youngboy. You could see me at an NBA concert. You absolutely could with the YNs. Losing my shit. Bing bow, dot zing, zing zing, blah blah. Bitch stop down like holding me. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I've been in my bag. I've been showing my ass, nigga. Yeah. That song gets me. I be in the gym throwing them weights when that song come on, especially when that bing bow, bitch stop all that holding. Man, I be done tossed the whole 100 pounds clear across the gym. That song right there. And the I Hate Young Boy, the diss song, that too. I just pull up in that mother skirt, gone. You thought I was impersonating Trim? If I was impersonating Trim, then I would be impersonating Nicki Minaj, right? Y'all, I don't play with kids. I can't believe y'all entertaining that child either. I ain't never seen nobody play dress up in their mama clothes as blatantly. Listen, Trim is a little girl. I was actually praying that none of my subscribers ever asked me to read her because then I just say, hell no, I don't read kids unless they important kids. Like Blue Ivy is an important kid. I'm not reading that girl. Mm-mm, I would never. I don't play with kids. And if one of her fans in here coming here trying to troll me, I don't play with kids at all. Y'all gonna learn a grown lady lesson. Mm-mm, I think she's weird. I think she's weird. And I think the people who like her are weird. If I was Nicki Minaj, I'd be unfollowing y'all asses too unto oblivion because y'all ain't finna play on my top. And no, please don't nobody say, well, she did it to Kim, little Kim. No, the fuck she didn't. And I was born in 1987. No, the fuck she did not. Y'all always use that one line where Lil Kim say, Black Barbie dressed in Vagari. I'm trying to leave it somebody Ferrari. Little Kim's image was not Barbie, all thing Barbie. She was notorious KIM. She was La Bella Mafia. She was a mob lady. That was her image. She was like the first lady of like the mob, the crew. That was her image. And yes, she was an icon, like a trailblazer. Did she incorporate Barbie at some point? Like, did she cosplay that? Do all celebrities kind of do it at some point? The girls, yes. But did she make that her brand? Absolutely not. When I think Little Kim, I do not think of Barbie. Also, it was the colored wigs. Uh, she could have borrowed that from her. But Nicki Minaj's colorful wigs isn't what made people call her the queen of rap. It's because she wrote her raps and they were excellent. Little Kim did not write her raps. I was a fan of the Little Kim music more when Biggie was alive. Now I actually did like a few of her more popular songs afterwards, but then she went to prison and kind of lost her steam. After Little Kim went to prison, the next time I really remember hearing her, because by the end I was graduating and being grown myself, was on the Gucci Man Freaky Girl remix with Nicki Minaj. They were both on there. So they did a song together. Fun fact, if people know that, they did a song together. And when I heard the song, I like Nicki Minaj's verse better. I like Little Kim's too, except for in the end when she was just like, and I ain't even fuck him. I just let him eat my coochie. I didn't like that part for some reason. I ain't like the coochie, and I know she was just trying to do the Gucci, but I didn't like it for some reason. And I ain't even fucking. I just didn't eat my coochie. I don't know. Maybe it was the yelling. Maybe it was the pause in between let him or eat my coochie. I don't know. It was like, girl, get that hairy snatch out of my face. Just the way she said it, it gave hairy snatch. Nikki was very different though. You want a freaky girl? Welcome to Nikki World. Nikki World. Nikki World. Let me I liked it, that shit. What could I do to kick it off? How about I come all on your dick and then I liked it, that shit. I did. But they did a song together. It's just after that, Nicki Minaj kind of blew up, and I don't know what the logistics was. I personally don't think that she is a Little Kim clone. She can have the colored wig, sure, but Little Kim could never rap like Nicki Minaj or write or be a creative like Nicki Minaj. That's the only difference. So I do believe that Nicki Minaj's accolades she earned. Did she have some inspiration? I believe so. I believe I also heard her give props to Little Kim, just not as much as Foxy. I was more of a Foxy fan than Little Kim. So I was around to hear it all. And I'm not one of the type of people who feel like I need to kiss a bitch feet, especially if I think that I'm better than her. If you feel like you were the queen first and I'm coming up and I feel like I'm actually better than you, then I'm going to tip my hat and nod to another queen. But I'm not kissing your feet, bitch, because I'm a queen too. So I guess some of you guys wouldn't like me either in that regard because I am never, I'm going to say, yes, you were here before me. You paved the way. And then I got into the way and then I start running that bitch down and then I start paving a way. So you're a queen for your kingdom and your era. I'm a queen for my kingdom and my era. But bitch, if you try to peasant me, no. All right. Jamie Foxx, talk to me about whether you are aware that you have a baby. Like, is this baby going to have your spirit and your soul? Now, I can hear Jamie Foxx's spirit on this side of me. It's like he's literally the old Jamie is outside his body, like, bitch, no, I ain't gonna have no da, 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 da. Like he's appalled at what's become of him, but only because his soul is out of his body now. And he's literally the essence of himself looking at his avatar still live and do shit that he wouldn't have done if he was back in his body and had fully recovered from that situation. They start talking about her brother and husband. There we go. Now we see it. That Ace of Cups could have definitely been bad press to sabotage her, but yeah, it's starting. All right. This is a handler woman, in my opinion. This is a handler woman, this white woman. I think she's mean too. Queen of Swords is mean. She's a mean bitch. And the problem is, though, she's smart. She's cunning. She feels like somebody sent by the military. Fun fact, though, Jamie Foxx's first baby mama is military. She's high up military, too. Bet y'all didn't know that. I did. I found that out from doing an old Jimmy Fox reading. Something I saw in his reading, I had to go and Google the women in his life to confirm what I was seeing. Went down a rabbit hole and found out that the mother of those two girls, those two older girls, she's military. She's a white woman. She's military and she's high ranking. Hey, one of one. Where have I been? Well, I guess I have taken a couple of days off, but my channel revolves around me and my spirituality. So I have to also, listen, I have to go through things too. Then I can report back new and improved, better than ever. I had some system reboots and upgrades to do. All right. She gives me, like, she could have military connections too. Either way it goes, she's a handler. This isn't the Empress card. So this isn't a woman that he fell in love with and they made a love child. And she's just nurturing and there for the family of it all. Mm-mm. She's there to control and manipulate and also tweak his technology if need be. Keep him programmed. Like Keisha. Kaor, allegedly, but whatever. Look, Scent. She could be one of their now back in the day they used to call them monarchs, MK Ultras, stuff like that. She can be one of them because it gives me they rule her too. So if she grew up in an environment where she was groomed for this life, if she was born for and groomed for this life, programmed for this life, yes, they have white women's out there that they be putting in the path of you niggas with money. And these women are not haphazardly just trying to date black men. Some of them have relatives, parents, deep in military that you might not even know about, might not never know about because they won't talk about it. What does your dad do? Computer, IT. He could do that before the military. And in some of these military families where the parents are so deep into the bowels of the military that your whole family has to become a tool or an asset of this military. So then you have wives who are programmed, children who are programmed. And then when need be, they're activated. This girl gives me one, and Jamie is the other, handled by the man. Also, Jamie Foxx. I imagine in some way or somehow your money is going to end up with this woman if you die again, still with her. Even if you don't, because she's having your new baby. Whatever money you make moving forward, it's her money. It's one of the reasons they send the white women to have the babies by the black men so that they can take your money and take it from you putting it into the community that they don't want to have any kind of economic stability. Now you have children, mixed children raised by white mothers, then those are white children who can get into Negro spaces and do destruction. Past position, Jamie, I'm nervous. Two of swords in reverse. The man is not here. And he's been handled before. He's had a handler before. I used to think it was his oldest daughter, and I still kind of do, but she's not fit. She's emotionally connected to Jamie, to the old version of her dad. So she's not fit to handle this version that can never be the old version of her dad that she's used to. They need somebody else. This is also him not having any consciousness. That left a long time ago. Both hemispheres of his brain are ruled. One should be water, one should be air. The water is behind him. Both hemispheres of the brain are controlled by technology, ruled by these swords here. The eyes, blindfolded, can still see, can still speak, can still get up, walk around, but thinking on his own. And they say eyes are the windows to the soul, covered, gone, gone. Five of Pentacles. It doesn't even matter me doing this reading. It doesn't matter what goes on with Jamie Foxx anymore. It's not Jamie Foxx. And whatever they're doing, it's so that they can mitigate the damage that he could have done when they were getting ready to take Diddy down. And all Diddy's freak off tapes and the tapes that would tie him to Jamie Foxx's freak off tapes with Jamie Foxx hid. And then he had that situation so that they could find the tapes that he hid, in my opinion. I saw that when I read it. Jamie Foxx hid the freak off tapes and the evidence that he had over the elites because he too hosted those parties and had footage. People rumor, um, and he was a little bit more proactive with protecting himself. until they got him the other way. I think he was expecting to be in Atlanta doing that movie, and then it happening to him. They even pitched the movie to him, gave him the part, I Clone Tyrone, and then literally did something like that. I'm sure Jamie Foxx, when he signed up for that movie, didn't think that he was going to face a situation, a health situation, while filming it, but he did. Do I think others maybe auditioned for that part and got it over Jamie Foxx? No. I think Jamie Foxx was a shoe-in for that position. It's a setup. Anyways, this handler woman, she is probably as much of a slave as he is in some way, but she has her job is to handle Jamie here. Is she 5 months pregnant or so? Her health, she needs to be worried about her health. This, because this baby that she's having with Jamie Foxx, even if you guys use his sperm is missing something. It's missing the divine spark. She's going to experience some complications with her health in this pregnancy. I'd be surprised if the baby is born normally. I'm sure they used Jamie Foxx's seed, but there is something missing from that seed. That's his divinity. It's going to cause health issues. She's having a baby by a dead man. Doesn't matter that your body can function because of technology and a forced brain, the soul is gone. That's what you large brain, small heart, master race people still have not, through all of your research, figured out yet. You're close, but you're still figuring out. The best you guys can do is operate it like a computer, and that's program all of the consciousness and the memory onto a something so that you can place it into another vessel. But even if you place it back into his vessel, the divinity is gone. You all cannot recreate that in a laboratory. So, yes, she's having a baby by a dead man, and I see it affecting her health. This is just disgusting and weird and morbid, to be honest. Crowning him, Jamie Foxx's soul literally just hovers over him like it's watching him. His own soul is now his guide, his guardian angel. However, this woman, in my opinion, is a handler. Her position is to control the left and the right hemispheres of the brain so that he stays on program. So below, he's a wealthy elite and he still had purpose and use in the industry. His body, his image, his reputation still was intact. So no use in letting this one die. Bring him back. Bring him back and he'll keep on going and making us money as if he never left. Now you understand who it benefits for Jamie Foxx to be kept alive and working. Didn't work so well for Michael Jackson because he was trouble. So they didn't keep him alive, but they still keep him working. Jamie Foxx wasn't a troublemaker publicly, but he was about to be trouble to them because he had access to something that they didn't need to be left in the hands of these men. So we'll still keep him working. And now this white woman who's his handler, but girl, you gonna have to stay off your feet. You too sick. They don't need to send in another one to handle you. You got I don't even know, a zombie baby in your belly. Like, this is weird. The emperor, yes, they use his sperm. It will have his DNA, but not his divinity. They're passing on. The seed has to have life in it. The seed carries life. The egg does not have life in it. The seed does. Okay? That's what the seed is there for, to fertilize, to give life to the egg. If his seed is still in his body, but it does not have the life force in it, there is something missing. This could be an in vitro, an IVF baby, but because this man is technically dead, because he does not have a soul, it doesn't matter if you have a body, you're just weekend at Bernie's. This man is dead. His soul is separate. I don't even know what the fuck to call what that baby would be considered, but it'll definitely have his DNA. Everybody else is seeing this like, ooh, Jamie, you've got a hot new. But also, the black women are saying, I thought you said that you was done with them. This is black women saying, you said you was coming back to us. So people are looking at it like, Jamie's back to his old, his shenanigans again. But child, hopes and fears, he has none. His enlightenment is gone, which is why you're no longer hanging from the tree, gaining enlightenment. Look, your foot is now stable. You're not hanging. You can get the fuck up. And he has. He doesn't have any hopes and fears. He's not in his body. When you're alive, you live to continue to gain enlightenment, to continue to evolve. This means you've evolved. Now it's time to go. Outcome. Sure, they'll parade this as his new relationship and as a family, whatever. Whatever you see Jamie Foxx doing, this is a stage too, but they miss it because it's the same color as the sky. This is usually because this kind of victory and success and stability is stable. I mean, it's not stable. It doesn't last. This is a stage though. So this kind of means enjoy the moment that you're in while you're there because moments don't last. Good times come and go. In reverse though, this is permanent. Everything about this man and what we see about him will be staged. But it will be staged around the idea of him still having all of this consciousness, life force, which is why it's yellow. This is also a celebration of life. We should be celebrating his life, like a celebration of life, like the kind they call a fume. Black delegation, one of these days we're going to come over here and have a fume for Jamie Foxx. The soul that could and could not, but can again. Let me look into this lady's health issues and then I'm going to go. I don't even know if I'm going to make it to the members' lives tonight. I'm going to try, but I'll be back here tomorrow. After being here for so long, I don't know you guys, but I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. And I may just do my members' lives tomorrow. I'm starting to lose steam. Five of Pentacles. Faux ass, fake ass family. This is a fake ass, faux ass family, and everybody has health issues, mental health, life health. Both of these people are not, have disconnected souls. This girl, she's as much as a handled slave as Jamie Foxx. Both of them are zombies. Both of them. Both of them. Um, Nobody really notices that Jamie Foxx ain't here. Nobody has paid attention to what happened to him and all the. Remember the close friend that he had from the industry who kept making a big fuss about the fact that he was nobody that Jamie knew or was close to was able to have access to him, he kept coming out and saying, "They're keeping us out. They're not telling us what's going on with him. They won't let certain people see him." And they were gaslighting him, like, "Well, maybe you're just not that close to him as you thought you were." When I did a reading, I said that that man understood. Afterwards, he understood what happened and he fell back because he knew Jamie was gone. No use in trying to fight when he's gone now. So I don't think that they silenced that man. He stepped back once he saw what happened. Yes, it was him. Started out with him just not answering his calls, but he was trying to come see Jamie. And he said they were keeping him from seeing him and others too. He was very vocal about it. He peeped game. He's industry. He knows what the fuck happened. And he's not going to raise no fuss about it anymore because what the fuck can he do? It's done. But they can get away with stuff like this because the gossip circles, y'all salivate on this stuff momentarily until they distract you with something else. And just like a sheep, you just move right along. Forget all about how something didn't sit right. And then years later, it'll come out and you'll be like, see, I knew something ain't sit right. Not saying there's anything you guys can do about it, anyways, but for as many people love this celebrity gossip and stuff and always want them to release the tea, release the files, release the facts, just to manja, manja, manja. But nobody takes that information and moves differently or chooses not to engage in that celebrity world anymore because you know what it is and you know it's bullshit. They'll just give you somebody else with a hip song, a nice outfit, or something trendy, and you'll forget the morals that you were trying to build for yourself. You'll forget all about it. All right. Last but not least, because I took something off, but yeah, Stuart Pryor. I think that's my issue these days with doing the celebrity readings. Many of you watch several different readers, and so it's easy for you to take for granted the special gift that each of us have and that we present. At some point, you just bounce all over the place, to get different perspectives on tea. That's fine. But again, you miss out on the fact that everybody that's doing this isn't just doing this to do this. Sometimes we do this just to get your attention so that we can also drop some jewels. And for me, it is draining because it's not an exchange of energy. A lot of the times, even in the celebrity readings, I tell you guys a lot of serious things that I take back and have further communication with in the spirit with the spirits after the live. And it frustrates me when I am putting out so much what I believe is high and impactful energy because if the spirits want me to see it or want or bring it up as a topic, then there are gems in there, not just celebrity bullshit, but so that you can pick up those breadcrumbs and follow the trail back to where they're leading you, either to a truth that you needed to see or away from the bullshit. But it's never just so that you can salivate and have gossip. It's never that. And I just feel like people, they come for the tea and the gossip, but then they spit out everything that I feel like is valuable, the medicine that I gave with it. And after it's drained, after getting drained so much, and I have to spend so much extra time doing things to boost up my energy, increase my food budget so that I can still do these high energy readings and the teachings that I do in my life and compensate the energy that I'm only pouring out, but it isn't growing anything. It's literally casting your pearls onto swine. That's what it is. It's nothing fertile comes from these conversations other than more requests for more tea. So I think that's why I was just saying I needed to pivot. I can do this for a while, and then I'll need to pivot for a while to restore myself because nobody gets it either. I give all this tea, it all comes true, and nobody says, well, if that came true, then how else can I apply her eyes to my life? How can I apply what I know to my everyday life? How can I stop being tricked and pulled into, media and publicity manipulations or being used for agendas because they know that I'm not going to do the girl math or the boy math? That's what I be wanting people to think about, but nobody ever does. I just get more requests for readings, but it's okay. It's all right. I'll do what I have to do on my part. It just means that when you guys see me take breaks from celebrity shit, yes, yes, instead of finding your own divine tea. There's so many questions that I be hoping people ask that they don't, and I don't bring it up because I ain't in the business of saving people. Mm-mm. All right. A newly elected Reform UK councillor, Stuart Pryor, resigned in May 2026, just days after his victory, following allegations that he made highly offensive racist remarks on social media. Pryor, who was elected to the Essex County Council and Rochford District Council, was scrutinized by the campaign group Hope Not Hate for allegedly posting online that white people were the master race and possessed larger brains. Now, based on what I know, because I talk to all the spirits, even the ones that you guys are afraid of, I just finished, Jamie. You will have to, I mean, not Jamie, I just finished Celebrity Tarot. You can skip past this. When you rewatch this, replay this, I just finished it about 5 minutes ago. So from the point that you step in, if you don't want to watch everything else up until this point, fast forward up until the part that you got here, or maybe 5 or 10 minutes prior to you getting here. Okay. All right. We know that not all of you guys who are just watching my channel for the first time today were here when I did my interview with Glacia Labolas, one of the Goetia. And I did it because I had done an experimental ritual with them after giving a direction that these people are not my enemies, they're my ancestors. And just like my kind was demonized and enslaved and called all kinds of evils to the world, we have a lot in common. So I just started looking at everything that was presented to us as evil, just like me and my ancestors and my community were, and the people who gave us that information. And I start to think, why did nobody ever stop us from listening to these people, anyways? Everything they gave us needs to be reclaimed and reconsidered. So I started reclaiming the Goetia. Y'all scared? I ain't. That's what me and Nikki have in common. Y'all scared? We ain't. And they actually were ready, willing, and able to tell the truth. That's what we found out about these large heads. We didn't have to find that out by Stewart. Some of us found that out through a demon. So when I saw this, I don't care what they say about him making racist remarks. They know that was not a racist remark. Not even him calling white people the master race. White people have been masters to black people that they enslaved. So, in my interpretation of a master race, it's not a better one. It's one that likes to enslave people. Sure, you guys have absolutely done that. You don't think that's why they called themselves masters? They were calling themselves the master race even back then. But to me, I don't get offended by them calling themselves the master race. Bitch, you guys that you literally had slaves. So yes, your version of master means you mastered the art of observing the people that are supposed to be here and then creating strategies on how to enslave and impress them. Of course. Do you have larger brains? I would think so. You guys run every Ivy League institution where the highest articles of knowledge and education are hoarded. You guys are behind almost every medical research fund, institution, or otherwise. You guys have been studying nature for your entire existence. You should have large brains. The brain is a muscle. And you guys don't know anything about exercising anymore. You know that when you exercise, muscles get bigger. The more endurance, strength training, and consistency of that exercise, the muscle will grow. So, through exercising, through studying people for so long, of course, their brain should be fucking large, but not having the divine connection to the divine mother and Mother Earth, if that's what you want to call it, which is why their hearts this big, which is why they seem like evil and brutality is something that they don't even flinch or bat an eye out. Meanwhile, Black people, we don't even want to gatekeep our culture from y'all because we're so compassionate and accepting. We feel bad when we tell each other to gatekeep. Come on now, they was down at the march with us. Let them get a plate. Big old hearts. Get them in a problem. Love everything and everybody but our source. So while the master race was studying us, they learned the one thing that we neglected, child, or a few things that we neglect. And all that studying taught them our weaknesses and our strengths. All right, so let's read Stuart Pryor and see what we can see. Why'd you go down there and do that? Did they commission you to go and put it out there publicly and then let the media make it seem like you were being racist? Because you know they have to admit, after, especially after the truth has been drugged out of them by a messenger that came from the good Lord. Because it's almost as if the Creator is putting you on notice and they won't go too far. After a messenger comes and pulls out a truth, they know the only thing that comes next is judgment and destruction. However, they don't respect the Creator, but they understand natural law. That is what they found that we kept ignoring, but it was our power, nature. We're a part of it. We don't know how it works. We don't know how we're supposed to work in tandem with it. Through observation, they knew it, they could see it, but they also knew that we neglected it. So they observed natural law, even created national law for you because they knew you didn't understand natural law, but they learned it. Then they gave you an empty version, a bondage version, national law, the kind that y'all voting and fighting each other for now. They adhere to natural law, which is why, after a divine messenger comes out and conjures what they like to call a demon, and the messenger and the demon tell the truth, that puts them on notice. Even if they don't like it, they know that nature is going to respond a certain way if they don't get in line. So, what do? They tell the truth. but they just wrap it up. And it's okay if they make you think that that person was just being racist. What matters is that they told the truth. Even if they try to backpedal and pussy pop and say that he was just being racist, they told the truth. Now, if you haven't been connected to your source to learn the information that we learned talking to Glaciolabolas, so that by the time they say this, you can know for a fact that you're right in the pocket, then that's on you. Because you're going to look at it like, oh, they being racist and da da da. Then you're going to forget all about it. You're going to hear them talking about aliens, and then you're going to roll your eyes. You guys are going to talk about it as fodder, and then you're going to move on. And they have no karmic debt to you. Why? Because they told you the truth. If you didn't hear it or identify it as truth because you're ignorant or you don't know how to spot the truth and you're not trying to learn how to, that then is on you. That's natural law that they understand. Before I begin reading Stuart's spirit, did anything or anyone trigger them or put them on notice to tell their truth in a way that they haven't before? Sure, they've called themselves a master race, but why the large brain part that is specific to what we said here? We uncovered here, channeling what they like to call in the Goetia a demon. But they told us that those were demons. One card, Spirit, before I read Stuart Little. Did anything trigger them or put them on notice to tell the truth about their nature, their ancestors, and ours? Oh, yes. A black person. Pentacles, wands. They come up as black people. See, this person is claiming this pentacle, and since he's a king, he owns everything in his kingdom. Why is it a king? Well, because they have the authority, the wisdom, the knowledge, the training to be a leader in whatever it is they're doing. They're the king, not the queen, because nobody leads them. But the King of Pentacles is very gracious with everything in his kingdom. He'll share it. But you have to know that he has a firm grip on everything in his kingdom, kind of like the reclaiming. Oh, yes. Somebody's teachings, esoteric teachings, put them on notice. The Page of Swords is a messenger, but this specific messenger brings omens. Why? Because he's got a fucking sword. You can get killed with that. He's got the black doves above his head. Why? Because he's a divine messenger. The God sent him. Now, when divine messengers pop up, it's always with the sword. Why? Because there is a swift action that will come after that, depending on how the message is received. This is put on notice by somebody else's teachings. All right, now let's go. Stuart Pryor, and then we're going to end here. Members, I'm not sure if I'm going to follow through with what I said. I've been here for almost 5 hours. I said I was going to give you guys a streamathon. I did that, but we will do it again tomorrow. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't. This will be it for the night, and then I'll do both of my membership tiers tomorrow. We'll start at 12 again, and then we'll ride out Saturday ceremony time. So I can't be on here all day tomorrow because I have to prepare for the ceremony. So yeah, I'll just do members lives tomorrow. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, the soul, and the collective energy of Stuart Pryor, the newly elected and then newly resigned Reform Counselor, Reform UK Counselor, Stuart prior. Yes, my spirit said the one we talked about last night. Yes, we did. We kind of was a little nosy and anxious. We couldn't wait until today. We needed to see some things before we embarrassed ourselves up here. So I'm doing this because I already know I'm right. His name is telling Stu. It's not Steward, it's Stewart. So, but yeah, Stewart Pryor, like Stuart Little. Now, what does Stewart mean? If you want to look up the meaning and the etymology of that. All right. Spirit, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and the collective energy of this white man, Stuart Pryor. He says he's a master race spirit, so that means he knows that he comes from the invaders, the wanderers, the vagabonds. He is the alien. He and his people are not foreign to this planet, which is why they have the large brain. The better to study us with, my dear. But what do I know? I got a normal size Negro brain. Really large heart, though. And my third eye is bigger than my whole face. I don't even sleep. My third eye is so woke. Bitch, I don't even sleep. I may get 4 to 5 hours of sleep on a good night. I just always just, mm, 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 mm. This one and that one on the back of my neck. Because you know it's another one back there. That's the powerful one. That's the powerfulest chakra. Next to the heart, the mandibula oblongata chakra. Oh, that's the power. Why? Because it connects the mind and the spine, honey. It's the meeting place of the gods. Amen. Amen. Stuart Pryor, spirit. Prior to this, you guys weren't telling the truth. And then Stuart came out and then had to tell the truth after the truth was brought out, dragged out of you. You guys said, oh shit, we're in trouble. That shit she just said, only, yeah, that's something that we know. We know this. That's our family traditions about how our ancestors came and spied on the humans and invaded them and then did all. That's our family history. So if she's repeating that, then I know we're in trouble, trouble. Stuart Pryor, why did you go down to those people's function just days into you getting your good job and telling people we is the master race? We got the large brains. Knowing good and goddamn well, I just put that out there. And now all the Negroes who have eyes to see, ears to hear, and brains to remember, it's going to be like, hold on. Because y'all know black people they will accept it once the white people said it. So I'm just the crazy lady on YouTube who claimed she was talking to a spirit and gave this fantastical story. But then you mean to tell me the elite white people who y'all worship came and said the exact same thing down to the small detail of the large brain? They got put on notice. Somebody was all up in their family tree talking to spirits that they thought, no, 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 no. Yes, we know some of you can talk to the dead and talk and see the future, but bitch, we bound that entity and then demonized it. How did you get it to talk like that? It's bound. And I was like, well, everything that's is bound can be unbound. Anything done can be undone. I just undid it. I just undid it. Anyways, that's how I know, you guys. I'm talking to the elites, to the feds. That's how I know. But y'all knew how I know ever since I told y'all that I experimented and tried to break the Solomonic seal and release Paimon, King of the West. And then y'all went straight into war. It's as if Sometimes experiments actually work. I guess we're all studiers. I guess I'm a studier too. I got a large brain too. I learn from you guys. Yes. I learn from you master race people because you guys are good at studying, asking the right questions, just being silent and observing. That's what I do. I pull a you on you. Yep, I did. A you on you. And now me is you. I'm the master race then. Me is you. So I'm the master too. Now I'm your master. Cheers. All right. Stuart Pryor. Because prior to you trying to tell these people the truth, we knew it. We knew it. We knew why y'all had the large brains. Now for the sheep, they gonna hear that and they gonna start feeling less than. That's why they running the world. That's why they the rich. That's why they that, because they smart. Child. Meanwhile, they got everything they got just by observing you and how you ain't paying attention. They paid attention to you not paying attention. Stuart Pryor, why did you come out and confess about you guys' ancestry, about your true nature? Spirit says because the confession relieves is the admission of guilt. But if ain't nobody else in the courtroom but them, if ain't none of the victims or the prosecutors or the jury, why? Because they ain't show up to court. Too busy worrying about Cardi B and Stefan arguing with each other, then we can't we can't try this person another. But who's gonna prosecute them? It's like they came to court and said, Judge, we fucked up. And the judge was like, listen, I'm not gonna put that on record because you don't have X, Y, and Z and Z, this, and this, but of course. No, one of one, they are absolutely right. But for you, that's not your portion. For them, yes, there's nothing they could do about it. They're stuck. Yes, let their God tell you if God wanted it another way, then it would be. One of one, did you have a run in with the laws? One of one, for the new newbies here, did you have a run in with the laws before? They tried to put you in cuffs. They did put you in cuffs, and they was gonna haul you to jail. All I need you to do is say a yes or an amen. They put you in cuffs and was finna haul you to jail. But when that officer went through your bag and pulled out your gree that you got from over here, your protection gree charm bag, he went through it, didn't he? The officer went through it, dumped the shit out. What happened? Oh, a few times, and it did not go. Amen. In this instant, after they found her gree while she was in cuffs, went through it and degraded it, dumped all the shit out, their superior came in and said, let her go. Their superior came in and said something to effect of, you shouldn't have done that, or you weren't supposed to do that. Took her out of the cuffs and let her go. So yes, for them, sure, it's nothing they could do about anything. For us, though, we ain't got them problems. Rosia, is you in here? Did your baby daddy not come to your house trying to fight you, threaten you? You pulled that fire on him. He called the police on you, and he went to jail. I ain't heard nothing about that baby daddy since. I heard about the other baby daddy, but not that baby daddy. And then when Rosia called me about the other baby daddy and said he was tripping, the next thing I heard about him was he done stepped up, bitch. He been getting the kids and everything. You can always purchase a gree. Gree-grees in jars are $100. Doesn't matter what the gree is, what it's used for, whatever you need. It's 100 bucks. Yes, absolutely. Look at Jess. Let me get one of them. Jess like just like because listen, much dope as I sell. Just kidding, y'all. Just don't sell dope, but in my mind, just sitting there counting stacks of cash, bagging up dope, saying, "Shit, let me get one of them Grees." Don't let my imagination make y'all anything that you ain't. Okay, you can check my imagination because it's gonna do what it want to do until it's checked. Oh God, okay. But yes, that's just to say, look, we don't have them problems over here. We got all kind of problems that get solved around here. We're sissy. Half of y'all in here got testimonies that I ain't gonna bring up because we'll be in here all day. I got testimonies of my own. We don't have them problems. Okay, Jess. You can text me later. We ain't gotta talk nothing else on here. Nothing else. Okay. All right. So Stuart Pryor. So y'all let the people know. God ain't told y'all nothing about y'all having to suffer unless you choose to. The suffering is a choice. Kanye says slavery is a choice. It is. Today it is. Suffering is too. I ain't saying it's perfect, but the weapons don't prosper. The girls are flourishing. See, back in the day, it was like the white people, they was here, and then like everybody else was here and here. But like today, now like everybody else is like here and here because they're flourishing. Where'd I get that reference from? Which one of the barbs is going to gag and answer that question live? That was Lotto, in case you guys didn't know. Talking about Nicki Minaj and all the rap girls was flourishing. See, it used to be the white people, but then we got wise. We got raptured. And when we got raptured, we started flourishing. We start creating the heaven. Yes, we live in a heaven now because we don't be fearing shit. As soon as something come up, we know exactly what to do. It gets done, and then we go on about our flourishing ass business. That is heaven on earth. We ain't had to die for it either. We experiencing it now. You guys can stay in the hell of low vibrations and ignorance if you want to. But the New Jerusalem is here. Amen. Stuart Pryor. Y'all wasn't talking like this and giving tea about y'all big brains. Now, if I call up another one of my ancestors that y'all have called demons and they give me another specific detail and I hear it again anywhere, coming for y'all ass. Because y'all give a queen her flowers. If y'all inspired by the Sybil of the West, then say that. Not y'all predictive programming so that the wicked witch of the West is what people, because y'all know they say woo ladies and anybody who do that black African spirituality is practicing evil. But you can practice white ass Christianity and then go to heaven. But if you do anything that has anything to do with your black ass ancestors or your roots, they done called it evil and witchcraft. And I'm a witch, according to them. And I'm in the West. So consider me the wicked witch of the West and consider Eveline a precursor. So when bitches like me showed up, y'all would instantly think we were evil. Why? Because the West has your mind. The West has your mind in a bind. Stuart Pryor, why did you get up there and say that about white people being the master race, knowing they was going to publicize it? Were you doing what justice would tell you to do? Were you guys abiding by natural law? I need to see the justice somewhere in here because I feel like you guys were combining abiding by the laws of nature. And that's once the creator or nature checks you about something you've been doing, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. Y'all ain't gotta believe it or not, and you can call it by whatever name you want to. But they know. Why, Stuart Pryor? Why did you come out and give that tea about white people being the master race and about you guys having larger brains? That was very specific. You could have left it at the master race. Why though? Why point that part out? Because that was specific. Because that has been said before. That's been said before by somebody invisible, like a spirit who is being interviewed on YouTube. But the person who brought that out to the public is unknown to the masses. People ain't paying attention. They're not paying attention. But the truth was offered to the masses, ignored. Why? Because there's a whole bunch of shit going on social media. Three of Cups, social media, for everybody to be consumed in. And where it has been said is somewhere on the internet. But people can get lost in the internet. People can get buried in the internet so that they're not found. The truth came out from a divine source. So again, they know that when the divine calls it out, it's notice. Challenging them. More cups. The problem is some people heard, some people did not. And the problem is they're not the original source of that. Imagine if not all elite white people knew that. Imagine if that's gate kept, even from a lot of the current elites. Fun fact, none of the old world really trusts Gen Z like that with the old world. So there are certain things that the old world and people from the old world ain't going to pass down to this world. You would destroy it or you wouldn't care anything about it. Y'all care about what you're told. This is valuable information. Y'all wouldn't care about why it's important to know who is who and what is what and who came from where. Of course I did. I pull this all the time, even with myself. And why? It's because they understand that God is here, God speaks here. But they also know that their biggest weapon that's formed against me is the fact that they can bury me. Also, I don't do a lot of the things that gets me into the algorithm on YouTube. I don't do the collective readings. I don't do the zodiac readings. And I'm not solely focused on celebrities. That is not the pinnacle of what I can read. That's not the pinnacle of what I can see. Celebrity shit. I have started a reclaiming series and I have been trying these people. So they're aware, but they cannot actively engage because then you guys will notice. Then you guys who are not who are new to this over here will go down a rabbit hole and binge watch shit on my page and become enlightened. Hear things that you're not hearing other places because it's being suppressed. I may not be the only one saying these things, but it's a handful of us. And they know. They know. My Tasha K, I just so happened to look at my analytics today because I had to get a link and send it to Timu of that Timu advertisement I did. And I looked at my Tasha. I don't look at my analytics at all. I don't. I don't give no fuck. I say what I say. I'm here to said what I said. I saw the Tasha K video had 1,000 views. First of all, since my shadow ban, it's difficult for me to see that number when I used to have 4 or 5. Nevertheless, and that was just a couple of months ago, 1,000. And I had to block a couple people who must be new here, must have found that reading in our Tasha K fans and was being annoying little gnats. The video that I did that I had to send to Timu, it also was talking about what's going on in Mississippi. It was talking about them trying to change the voting laws based on districts. And did I not touch onto the destiny swapping between the Jewish people and Black people? We talked about in that video, we talked about how the national laws were constructed around natural law because the people who are under the covenant and the protections of natural law were the same people that are under the brunt and the force and the oppression of national law. And who helped fund oppression or the prison system complex that only really keeps us with no identity, no economy, no nothing? They did a destiny swap. Anyways, that video had 234 views on it. So it's not just that they are aware of the real oracles in the world, they also know that you guys are not. For most people, they're excited because now they're disclosing all of this alien information and master race and all of this stuff. But all of that we have already reclaimed. But nobody's paying attention. They're aware that there is a divine hand offering insights. They also have to disengage. They have to pretend like they don't see it so that they can focus on the people that they can influence and control. So that these people aren't aware also of this cup. That divine cup is a person, though. So, no, we're not talking about a book, a manuscript, or a religion. That divine hand of God shows up in the real world as a person, another page, a messenger, somebody who has audience. Not only do they make pronouncements, but they have an audience that reacts back to them, that receives their word. It's a fish. These are the elect, the chosen. Very small few, though. There's only one fish in there. Why? Because those who have ears to hear will hear, even if it's not a king or an emperor, a religion, an institution, somebody that's supposed to be a scholar making these pronouncements. Those who have ears to hear wisdom, eyes to see wisdom, they'll recognize it even if it's a little page. And that's why it's always just a messenger that comes. And a messenger will always show up like they have some authority, but they won't show up as a world elite, a politician. That's really the only way. But when you guys do that, and then when I'm back in the algorithm, then they'll be back to making outward threats like they used to. Kind of like parking their planes and flying in Donald Trump and the government to Ocala to go to the villages in Mar-a-Lago. You could have went to Orlando Airport or Tampa Airport. Those, even though they're public airports, are closer. And I know y'all have access to security. I know that there's also other private airports closer, but the airport that y'all flew in is 2 minutes away from my house and it's on my daily commute. Y'all been flying over this house while I've been doing lives. There are other airports you guys could have chose. Because even though this is a public one, I mean a private one, it's actually an executive one. So I'll say it's an executive airport, but if you have a plane, you can fly it in here. It's just not a commercial airport. So police parked 3 days a week at the end of my street. Now, while I say that that's kind of common, they usually do it once a month or once every other month because the end of my street is a major street here, Highway 6 or 60th Ave, and it's a lot of traffic, and it's 45 miles an hour, and it's kind of a long street. So people do speed. So it makes sense for them to park out here, but they typically do it once a month, every other month when they want to get their quota. This is a space over here where you can come get that quota. Since the Trump since Trump has been here and parked here at this airport that nobody should know about, they've been parked 3 days a week at the end of my street. W- And anyways, but sure. Anyways, so the challenge is that it's not like the truth that's currently being spoken that they're ignoring is some form of religion or something like that, just a divine hand of God. It will show up. God always, when a divine hand of God shows up, it has to show up through people. We are the vessels in which the spirits can do things with. So when you see evils and demons and devils, they show up as people. It just, you're going to see a person, but they're going to be displaying everything evil and demonic. You won't see a spirit walking around. You will see people embodying evil or embodying good. It's all right, Jess. Ain't nobody studying them. Goodbye. My sister is HR at the sheriff's office. If she hear anything, she'll holler, but then they'll probably leave her off the chat. But then my cousin is the manager for the dispatchers. They'll tell her to take the day off when they're trying to plot and plan my demise. So I'm just kidding. I done been all through the sheriff's office with my sister. She took us in the back. She introduced us to all her coworkers and everything. So I done been all through y'all facilities in the flesh and all through that shit in the spirit. Let's go. I'm actually really good technology. I could be used as a defense weapon if I was that kind of girl, but I'm not. And that's why they won't engage. If I was open to sell my soul and my gifts for their benefit, then y'all would never see me. I'd be a high level CIA asset somewhere, stealing intelligence. I'd be in a room doing readings and divinations on their ops all the time. But I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord, so I'm an op. That's in their challenge position. The problem is that because the messenger is embodied, they're alive. They can keep talking. At any given time, people can become aware of them. So yes, they suppress a lot of people, not just me, but people who are trying to unveil truths. They typically suppress them. And the problem with that is that they're alive. So whatever they know, they can keep knowing. That's the problem with humans. They're connected. So even if you try to gatekeep, some things can't be gatekept. Some things y'all being kept out of. Some things are passed internally. Y'all can study all y'all want to. Y'all like to study people too, so that y'all can see how. What is that divine connection? Y'all be looking for the divine link, but you'll never find it. You'll never find it. It's invisible. Past position, judgment, and awakening. And awakening. They have all the nations have agreed it is time. But not even the nations have agreed. The divine, there has been one of the trumpets blown, one of the seals on the book, one of the seven seals has been opened, and maybe all of them. And all the nations are rising to occasion. So, yes, Liv, I know you mentioned that it's chaos over there in the UK, it's chaos over here in the US, it's chaos in Iran, it's chaos in Africa. I was going to break down the chaos in all the nations, but just know that all the nations are nationing. Why though? They can't help it. It is time for the nations to tremble and be judged. In the time of judgment, there is always a messenger active to pronounce. Nothing of the divine especially something as serious as the time of judgment, consequences. No more talking about it. No more trying it with the justice card. We've tried and we've determined the outcome. Judgment is coming. There will always be a messenger. They say angel, but angel is, it also means messenger. There always be a messenger to come and sound the trumpet to let you bitches know. Notice is being paid to you. I'm the sheriff and I'm serving you. That happened in the past. They also say things that they know you guys aren't going to pay too much attention to. So, yes, they will tell a truth and know and bank and bet on the fact that they always leave things for you to follow the clues to. Because, yes, there is a bigger, more tangible, practical solution at the end of all the lies. But you will never find it because a lot of people don't have the endurance. They'll get a little piece of something salacious, they'll chew on it. And then after a while, they don't follow it all the way down. They don't connect all the dots to it because you could be connecting for years. Not a lot of people have the endurance or the mental capacity to be focused on a thing. Those people desire things of the world more than they desire truth for their soul. So they don't have the endurance because they get distracted by things that are more shiny: a husband, a wife, a baby, a job, inflation, the economy, politics, everything. In all these places, there are speckled breadcrumbs, but because they're all these places, it becomes too much for you to sit down with all of it and then put the puzzle pieces together. But fortunately, we do that. And then I just come tell you, and y'all still don't listen. So I be tired and hungry more often because the more heavier my messages get and the more they're ignored, the more it takes out of me. They're not falling on fertile ground. And it's almost like I'm pouring into a cup, but it's not being received. I'm just pouring libations onto the ground. And I can't receive it back until it re evaporates into the sky as a mist and then so forth and so on. So please, if you like the tea, I invite you to unsubscribe. Not saying I won't give it, but if you only like the tea and you hate when I get into my messenger bag, go ahead and leave because you are draining me. I don't mind you being here, but not if every time I start becoming an oracle or a sibyl, you get frustrated and want to fast forward because you can't use me. You can't use me in my eyes just to see all the things that you don't have the capacity to see and then spit me out when I have a purpose because it drains me. Future, they'll continue to tell the truth and disclose. Why? Because judgment. This isn't like times before. This isn't a messenger saying, hey, this is an omen. No, all the omens are gone. Judgment is upon their head tops. It does not benefit them to lie anymore. These bitches is trying to survive, and it's almost like, yeah, it used to benefit them to lie and keep the people sleep. But now it's almost like, no, we need y'all to know. Help, help, help us, help us. Why? Because they need you guys to think about aliens and the threat they may pose. So we can all get on board and be afraid or even hostile to the idea of an alien. But what if? What if whatever they're trying to disclose either doesn't exist or only shows up in physical form to them? Glacia Labola said, we're not aliens or demons. We are your ancestors. Not white people's, though. They're foreign to this earth. We are your ancestors. It said we came from the sixth civilization. You all are in the seventh civilization. We come from the one immediately previous, prior, Stuart Prior, to yours. That's what they said. That's what they said. And if there are ancestors, that means that their family members are still on this earth. So they're not going to go too far. And they probably would show up more frequently to the people who are the enemies of their family. It's always the military or people who live in towns close to military activity who have the sightings, or people in the water. They probably have the most genuine encounters with other life forms because if you know, you know. So they have to disclose. After remaining silent for some time, now they feel compelled to disclose. Why? Because judgment has sounded. And what do? You start trying to tell the truth on everything that you've been keeping away from the people who you're being judged for, crowning them. And they must do it quickly, bitch. They're doing this shit quickly. Why? Well, I'm reading Stewart. Stewart understands that they're not masters of anything, they're invaders. Look at that. A knight running in, about to do battle. They're invaders. And they've been named as such. So they have to move quickly. Not on social media. This is the card I usually get for Beyond the Veil. Content. This is a content creator. It's like they're in a silent battle with people who create content that they don't need right now, creating problems that they don't need. So we're the ones who's influencing their disclosures. Because if we disclose it and we continue to tell it all and tell the truth, then they can't control the narrative when they try to tell it. Now we're looking at them crazy and they can't lie their way out because we've all already told the truth and you guys have had time to believe it. So when they peep it, they get right on it before the time the story in the flame has time to start spreading into a wildfire. Then they'll tell it in a narrative that they control instead of letting me tell it. Because I'm going to tell it and I'm going to tell it all. They ain't. Stewart's current actions, the magician in reverse, a liar, liar, pants on fire. Not just a regular liar, a con artist. How Stewart's being seen? A messenger. He is being seen as a messenger. So this was Stewart's job. I don't know who put him up to it, but I definitely feel like it. He intended to do so. He was passionate about doing so. It's almost like he ran and possibly learned something while running. I don't know, but I don't even know if anything is going to happen to him that he cares about. They can tell us anything happened to him. They can tell us he got fired. What if he never planned on staying in that position? What if his job was just to be a legitimate source to this information? People believe government officials, and they believe you even more when you get reprimanded for doing something like whistleblowing. When people see you getting reprimanded by your peers, by your white peers, for being a whistleblower, then people start looking at you as a whistleblower and someone they can trust because you're down with the people, you're down for the cause, you want to expose the government. Lie, lie, lie. Con art. That man went back, got high fives, shook hands, and went on about his merry business. You did your big one. Hopes and fears that you niggas stay dumb and don't realize that you all, the sun rises to give you life. We got the most melanin in our body outside of the sun on this planet. We make up the, if you take all melanated people on the earth, you got more melanin or the same amount of melanin as is in the sun. All of the elements you can find in our bodies. Or you can just shine on our face and look. Gold, we got ruby. What's a brown stone? Tiger's eye. You got all the earth's gemstones, precious metals in my precious body. I have a brown body like the trunk of a tree, and then my hair grows upward like the stalks of the trees. I am Ert, and Ert is me. And there is power in the name, but not the one they gave y'all. And it's not in a name. There is power in identity, which has been stripped from you, and their hope and their fear is that you stay, not acknowledging the fact that the sign of God and who God is for is literally in the sky. Want to know something about me? They've been telling black people that you too need sunscreen. Because black people will always say, at least y'all, we don't need sunscreen. They would say, actually, scientists say that yes, you do. I've lived in hot ass Florida all my life. 38 years, I've never put on sunscreen. Maybe once or twice when some of the adults were just like, here, put this on your face so you don't get too dark. Never really worn sunscreen. We don't wear that shit. All it does is make me darker. I've never got a sunburn in my life, not even a small one. All right. So, in fact, when my niece used to get in her little melancholic moods, I pick her ass up and take her outside and we go on a walk so that she can get some sunlight. Why? Because it it acts against depression. That vitamin D, that melanin, activating the melanin in our skin lifts our mood. To this day, my niece will say, I need to go outside so that I'm not sad. And we go outside. So I taught her how to use the sun and nature as medicine because it's in your body too. So if you connect the source or if you get plugged into your source, boom, energy, power. So the hope and the fear is that you Negroes never start looking at yourselves. And they know that with everything going on in the world, if they keep you busy with fear and survival, you won't have the time to stop and meditate. Just think, just sit there. Sit there like a lot of us do in the gym in between sets. Just disassociate. Now, you guys don't have time for that because they keep you too occupied with survival, fear, and all of that. If you're Black, fear is acting against all of the chemicals in your body that's supposed to make you strong and powerful. It's wearing down, it's literally eating away at you. They bank on that too. Because by then, your nervous system will be so poor because all you do is be in front of a phone, a computer inside the house. You guys don't like to go outside anymore. If they give you another virus, they're going to tell you not to go outside and not to touch anything or boost up your immune systems. You guys won't be able to fight off the psychological warfare on you anymore because your immune system is too low. And you don't understand how the human machine works, how it's not just a physical impairment, but it's also a spiritual one. And they have to work in concert with each other if you are Black. If your mind becomes weak and your immune system becomes weak, you're a zombie until you die. Unfortunately, you're a zombie until you die. Outcome: lies, lies, and pacifies. As they are disclosing truth, they will also at the same time be being exposed as lies, lies, and pacifies. They will be aware of this while they're disclosing. They'll make sure to disclose certain things that have already been disclosed, and then they'll wait for more truths to be revealed so then they can decide to disclose. But if certain truths are revealed, then they have no incentives to keep revealing. But they will have an incentive to keep revealing. Why? Because somebody is making them nervous. They got to keep watching their back. They got to keep tiptoeing and hustling. Seven, seven, seven. Remember, Glaciolabula said we were the seventh civilization, and who they call aliens and even demons are really people from the sixth civilization, the one where the lifespans were longer, the one where they actually did have divine beings coming from out of the water and out of the skies to assist them from the Pleiades. Yes, the seven star cluster. Oh, there is a divine messenger indeed doing alchemy. This means the divine messenger is causing them to move. When the messenger moves, they have to move in response. Why? Because if they can get away with these things forever, they would. But a divine messenger will always show up when judgment is active. There will always be a oracle, a sibyl, or a messenger. Why? Because judgment. And if there's not a messenger, then the people who are not supposed to be judged might just end up partaking in it. Ah, but to my members, trial and tribulation for us, judgment for them. You can get through a trial and a hard time. Judgment is final. We will endure. They are being judged. Why? Well, because we're enduring that they're being judged. It's because we're growing and learning despite their need for us to stay ignorant. We are not. And even if it's just two or more gathered together, you know what it says. So there I will be in the midst. So it just takes a handful of us walking the narrow path for them to be on notice that judgment is here. And based on what those walking the narrow path are saying and doing, because they're observing, this is what these people do. They study us, they watch. And these days, they do it through their technology and surveillance. So, of course, they would know what the fuck we're doing here and what we're talking about. And they know. Do not engage outwardly because it'll draw too much attention. And if that person is enough for us to beef with outwardly, then the people will believe her. The people who wouldn't believe her otherwise would. Because the people who don't believe her now, they believe anything a white person says, especially if they have a title or a reputation or some sort of authority behind them. So if we platform her, if we give her attention, then not just the people who have ears to see and ears to hear, but even the people who typically wouldn't, but they would if we turn our attention your way, then they will. So no, they do silent warfare against the lamb. And they go ahead and they do public beefs with their fellow pop politicians, the Candace Owens and the other black politician lady who I forgot what she did, but the other girl, the other lady, the Jasmine Crockett's, yes, they exchange words with them. They beef with them. Why? Because they don't have no problem with y'all soaking all that up. Those people are only fighting within the system. So they're not actually trying to do any damage. No, they're a part of the circus too. So they give y'all that because y'all salivate over that. They don't mind y'all looking at these people because they are empty. They're not going to do shit for y'all. They can't do shit for y'all. But the ones who can, they engage with them in a covert battle. That is why Stuart Pryor came out. It is time to disclose. Outcome. Let me look at judgment. Let me start with the Four of Wands because the truth is out there and it was out there before they said anything. But they gotta pretend like they ain't paying attention so that y'all don't pay attention. And not y'all, because y'all here. The ones of y'all who ain't here. Or who ain't tuned in to people like me who can do this type of work too. It ain't done any. Hmm. The chariot. Swing low, sweet chariot. This is actually military. This is actually a need to get on top of the story to control it. So scrap what I said about military. We're not talking about that right now, even though I do see their military having issues in the sea. I believe that they've been fighting other things, and but those wars and battles with those other entities don't make it to our newsstands and TV screens. They have fought before a battle with people that ain't us. However, this is a need to regain control. Why? Because there is a messenger, a divine messenger coming to clock them. They can ignore it on face value, but behind the scenes, they need to act. They need to gain control or make sure they steer this chariot so that they do not lose control of the black and the white people. We need we need this. We need the black the white issue. We need that. We need the blacks to be mad and oppressed. We need the whites to be racist and prejudiced. We need that dynamic to keep going. Control. They also need for us to keep thinking of black people and white people as they have, with whites being the master race in control of everybody, and blacks just being one of the controlled. Calling whites the master race is trying to reassert that belief in an age where truth prevails. Nobody believes that about y'all anymore but y'all. Not even y'all own white family members believe that about y'all anymore. The Gen Z white people, they don't think that y'all a master race. They probably are prejudiced racists and feel like, these are long hold established traditions and but they're disconnected from the teachings that we had. Master race and all of that stuff. They're far removed from that. Um, but that's that. They're trying to keep and maintain control of the narrative because there is a source here that is coming to bring enlightenment, a word. All right, so control. Why? So that nobody listens. This is in direct contradiction to the messenger who is actively, in order to be a knight, you have to be in motion. All the knights have a fire element, even if it's not the Knight of Wands, because they're action oriented cards. Knights are in movement. In reverse, this is an attempt to silence or stifle that movement. Cup, cup, cup. Presently, there is a person or people that has been delivering messages that they identify as truths that could not be known otherwise, truths that have not been taught, told to the masses. So when they hear them being spoken, that would help them understand where they are in esoteric timeline, in the divine timeline. Some things they don't tell because they know there's going to come a day when they hear it. That will be their notice. When they hear it, that means they have heard the message. That means there is a messenger being sent out. They know what comes next. But this has already happened. The messenger has been here. The judgment has been here. Yet the masses still have no clue, none the wise, because you're looking for a leader to come out of politics. Crazy work. That is crazy work. A divine messenger who knows how to differentiate between the people who's original to this planet, and the messenger is also black. Your divine messenger will always be black because we were here first. How can anybody tell you more about our ancestors, this planet, this earth, It's even if we weren't here back then, it's in our DNA. You guys believe in things called the Akashic records. You don't believe that that bitch is in the chains and links of your DNA. Yes, memory is passed down through DNA. That's why they call babies old souls. Yes, your soul is recycled. Your body, you get a new one. Your soul, you don't. They lied to you when they had y'all believing you only live once. They lied to you. So you can come back and serve them in the same ignorance instead of take out the stand that they get to, the stands of their foundation, cut off the legs of their table so that they don't have a table to sit at anymore. Every lifetime you come back without finding out any kind of truth is another lifetime you'll come back a slave again. Child, that's them being, this is a very covert battle. I don't like these people because ain't nobody got time for these mind games and gaslighting, psychological warfare. Past position with that judgment. Fuck notice. Judgment has come. Notice has been happening since what? Since y'all founded this nation. Because soon as y'all signed the Declaration of Independence, the nation died with that 5 year economic crisis. We know about that too. Y'all ain't been the same since. You've had a board of directors since. Judgment. Your Christ and your Savior has come. It's called enlightenment that enables you to get the fuck up and stop waiting. This is the Jesus card. But Jesus, y'all got the wrong message about what Jesus or any other of those ancient spiritual beliefs and esoteric circles was trying to tell y'all. Judgment came once there were people who saw the light and got the fuck up. Spirit said, I have an elect. I have enough of a bride now. I don't need the whole black delegation. I don't need all of their ass. I have enough for a bride. And now let the show begin. Mm-mm-mm. These are people who have returned to their spiritual power. They've heard the message. And then they start doing the alchemy on themselves, kind of pouring out the filth and the gunk that's been poured into us through indoctrinations, and then pouring water from the body, from the source. 7 stars. This is the Pleiades star cluster. You understand? And yes, beings from that cluster did walk the earth as humans. But previous civilizations of humans would have seen these people as gods. Why? Because they would probably be the first humans. So, to every civilization that comes after them, they're these gods, they're angels. And now today they're aliens. When really, those beings from the 7 star cluster were probably the first humans, the first created humans, which is why in ancient texts they would have come back to assist the later civilizations with civilization and humanity because they were the first. Judgment has come because they have enslaved the people, they have enslaved the earth. Judgment has to come when enough of the elect original humans wake up. Not just wake up, but get the fuck up. You have to be a hearer and a doer of the word. Some of you guys only sit up and listen to this stuff and it sounds good, but you don't know how to apply it in your life. You don't know how to start changing your lifestyle around so that you can walk like you know something. Comes with sacrifice, comes with being looked at strange and funny, but why would you give a fuck about what zombies think about you? Why the fuck would you think? Why would you care? When people who you know don't know what you know and they're just existing under this, why the fuck would you give a fuck what they think? They're dumb. They're dead. And let the dead bury the dead, but let the living tend to the living. Look at all these major arcanas behind justice. Oh dear. The outcome, though, the Seven of Swords. Yes, this would be a really great stunt if they weren't pulling it while some of us messengers and oracles are also doing what we're supposed to be doing. Because you're supposed to be getting judged, and we're supposed to be pronouncing the judgments and reclaiming the truths. So that's why they show up as a Seven of Swords, because they have to lie, hustle, and lie. Whatever they're disclosing to you is not the truth. The truth is being told to you in a different form, not by scholars, by name, or by title, not by you guys' standards. But some of us scholars don't need your validation. We came to this earth to do exactly what we're doing. Let me start with the outcome, because they will have to do this disclosure around the truth. They will have to tiptoe around the truth that's being proclaimed by someone under the covenant, meaning somebody that's a real human being, someone black, bitch. The fuck? That's just plainly stating. All your divine messengers will be this color. All of them. All of your greatest prophets, priestesses will be this color. Not saying only this color, but everybody else, listen, there is a source, and you all have been grafted in. Like they say, the Gentiles have been grafted into Christianity. No, 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 no. Because after the original people went through this by the nations and the invaders, it's kind of difficult to expect after so long of oppression and slavery and having our identity and all of history plagiarized. It's difficult now to just sit back and wait on the Black delegation to wake up when you've had other people from other races that have spent so much time evolving and living around Blacks that they've become more wise than even the original people who inherited the covenant. So you all, you whites and stuff, you were grafted in because you proved that you could evolve your heart. You could grow your heart chakra. You could have compassion, something that your ancestors did not have. You could have empathy, something that your ancestors did not have. So the divine is merciful. You won't be turned away. And yes, the divine is also just. If we, the elect, turn away, that is on us to turn right into whatever calamity waits for us. But we don't have to. So that's that. Seven of Swords as the outcome for Stuart Pryor and their disclosure. A black woman again. Black, black, black. Wands, Pentacles, black. That's who they have to keep their eyes on. Look at that. Why would their disclosures have anything to do with a Queen of Pentacles, a female figure? Oh dear. This person is not in a dangerous bind just yet. Just yet. This person is safe for as long as they are not taken seriously. As long as they are not making the masses around them think and come to full truth and acceptance of that, then this person can be a little safer, but they're still not that safe. They will, and I'm not saying like they'll try to take this person out, although they could. They probably would though. That's easier. That's easier said than done than to allow them to blow up. But that's not as easy. I don't think they really understand. There's something holding them back, even if they don't know what it is. Something keeping them from doing it. They'll tiptoe around this person because they understand that this person and the people who should be most aware of them because what this person is saying benefits them the most, they ain't going. If the black delegation as a whole does not rally around this person, then this person is okay. If you are a Sybil, an Oracle, or somebody out here distributing the truth, then you already know you're not the most popular. You're not the most popular as a T page or somebody that is controlled opposition or thinks they're really woke, but they really not. They're not telling anything impactful or dangerous to the system. To those who are, as long as your fellow black community does not embrace you in mass, which they won't, bitch. They'll be your first enemy. Then you have a chance to survive. As a matter of fact, nothing will come to me or anyone. I can't speak for anybody else, but at least for me, nothing's going to come to me because what I speak is a double edged sword. And the people who would be most beneficial to this would rather stick their sword into the ground. I have nothing to worry about. Why? Fools. The people in her community are fools for putting their swords down. And look, same thing I said about Drake in this card, falling right back into the same traps that they've always fallen into when there's a new path and somebody's telling you what it looks like. They're banking on the black delegation doing exactly what they do, rejecting truth for the comfortable reality that they've been given. Amen. That is why there's judgment. The Divine Mother says, there are some of my own children that I can never get back. I can never get them back. You must be judged. You must be judged because I planted this people here and I gave them dominion. And there was y'all waiting in the line. And every time I sent the flood, there go y'all crafty asses hiding in crevices and cracks and mountains. But the next time I come, it won't be a flood. It won't be none of that shit that y'all have learned how to combat. Why? Because in the next time, you'll have enough technology and resources to survive a natural disaster. But you know what you can't survive? Truth. It will be a thorn in your side for as long as it persists. And truth is the everlasting word. You'll always have to make up more lies to cover up the truth. So as long as the truth is there, the lies will continue so that they can cover up the truth. These people are judged for bringing the blacks away from their identity, their inheritance, and their rightful place here. And some will never be the same. The Divine Mother will spit some of you out because you're useless now. Most of your consciousness has powered AI. So AI has more sovereign rights than some of you. Some of you will be spit out and you'll never come out of this system and this matrix. You'll stay there forever and ever and ever. Forever, never, 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 never. Until one day, 10 generations from now, another Pluto and Capricorn, another Pluto and Scorpio generation is born that's supposed to tear down everything and bring people into a reality check. Then you'll get it. Good luck with that. We just had a once in every 250-year astrological transit. That means something, bitch. Be another 250 years at least before this window of opportunity. Because once this generation is passed, they will have learned and observed enough about their judgments and punishments to find a way not to evade them, but how to keep you guys from understanding that's what's going on. The Lord's word has gone forth. I have done the Lord's work. I did the temperance. I gave bullshit and I gave cow shit. Okay, you determine which one is more valuable, but either way it goes, the shit went down. I am tired. I've been here for 6 hours. God bless the children. Don't say that I ain't gave you nothing, even though I owed you this. I ain't owe you shit, actually, but I'm a gracious queen, like Nicki Minaj. All right, y'all, I'm out. I gotta smoke, eat, and live. I will see my members tomorrow. Y'all ready for tomorrow? I'm is. Love you guys. Bye.